Good morning, 5 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got afternoon thunderstorms today and a high of 84. Now, tomorrow things will clear out a bit. And then on Sunday, we'll have a mix of clouds and sun. High on both weekend days, 82 degrees. In the news, a toddler is in the hospital this morning after being shot in the chest at a North Nashville apartment complex last night. Here's Channel 4's Braden Ross.
A 2-year-old has been shot and taken to Vanderbilt Hospital with serious injuries. Now, the child was found in this parking lot by someone or with someone that police believe is the child's mother. We know a person was seen fleeing the scene here as well. So that is something that police are still trying to figure out how that person may be involved in all of this.
No arrests so far. A rocket from Blue Origin exploded on the launch pad last night during a test flight of its a test of its engines. This happened at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The New Glenn rocket was being prepared for a launch to send 48 Amazon satellites into low Earth orbit. Jeff Bezos owns Blue Origin. In a post last night, he said all personnel are accounted for and safe. It's too early to know the root cause, but we are already working to find it. Well, you wouldn't call this lady the mom of the year.
The so-called party mom of Los Gatos, California, has been sentenced to 35 years in prison for hosting alcohol-fueled sex parties for young teens in the Silicon Valley suburb. 52-year-old Shannon O'Connor hosted the parties for her son and his friends beginning in 2020. Prosecutors say she bought them alcohol and condoms and encouraged sex acts. Most of them were just 14 and 15 years old.
In her defense, O'Connor said she was just helping those kids to socialize. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
News of a tentative ceasefire deal with Iran boosted markets and eased oil prices below $90 a barrel. The Dow regained from a morning slide, closing up 25 points. The S&P 500 gained 43 points. The Nasdaq rose 243. Shares of Dollar Tree, Kohl's, and Best Buy showed gains after the retailers reported better than expected profits. The Federal Reserve's favorite economy gauge shows inflation rising at its fastest pace in 3 years. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index for April surged 3.8%, not as bad as economists expected, but the highest since May of 2023. Caesars Entertainment, owner of the Las Vegas landmark Caesars Palace, is being acquired by Fertitta Entertainment, which owns the Golden Nugget and the Rainforest Cafe chain. Fertitta will take on about $12 billion in debt from Caesars, making the deal worth about $17.5 billion. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
And stock futures are pointing up. We've got Dow futures gaining 106, NASDAQ futures up 24, and the S&P futures up 8 points. That's the latest news. Stick around for your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Wow, such a clear map this morning. Everything looks really good on the roadways. I don't see any delays on 24, 65, or 40 so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. And welcome on into a Friday. Hey, I got to ask this one question. And I'm going to ask this of Joan Jones. Sam, if you want to participate, go ahead. I've got an image here on Super Talk TV. It is apparently the new $250 bill. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, folks. I actually didn't really know much about this story. I really still don't. But you know, Joan, what my biggest takeaway is right now, Scott Bessent talking about this yesterday. I guess he was debuting the new look of the $250 bill. Mm-hmm. And it's got Donald Trump's, face on it.
Of course it does.
Why didn't he use his mugshot photo?
He did.
He did.
No, he didn't. That's not his mugshot photo, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Well, then they must have checked, because we've got the mugshot photo up here, and it looks different than... you know what they did? Oh, my goodness.
They shaded one side of his face?
Well, yes, and they slimmed him up a little bit. No, they did. I wish you know what? I'm going to try to find a tall person to get it, because it's like way up there.
Yeah.
And I'm going to. There's no way for me to do it in the studio, but yeah, it looks like they slimmed him up a little bit.
I'm sure the viewing audience would love to see you stand on the edge of the studio table.
Oh, you know what? Even if I did, I still couldn't reach it. But it does. It looks like they slimmed him up a little bit. That's why it looks different. Joan, will you compare, just so I know that I'm not all wet on this? Mm-hmm. But can you compare the image on the $250 bill to his mugshot? Because this is clearly the ultimate troll, right? It is the ultimate troll.
In a big way.
But they kind of make it look like he's been on some GLP-1 thing. Because I know that White House food is pretty darn good, as a matter of fact. And I also know that if there is a president other than Bill Clinton who likes his McDonald's, it is Donald Trump.
Perfect physical, according to the White House physician.
The greatest ever.
High midichlorian count.
That's exactly right. The greatest ever physical.
I have to say that it may have been that at the time of that mugshot, he weighed that much.
So,
right,
you think that Donald Trump has lost some? I promise we're going to get to actual content.
How long
but
ago
is
was
Donald
that?
Trump? Oh gosh, his mugshot.
2023, 2024.
Yeah, so I think he could have just
About
weighed
3
that much
years
at that
ago?
time. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. You think that Donald Trump is that skinny right now?
Used to be.
I mean, he was under.
Okay.
He had multiple court cases going on across multiple states. He was very stressed out. It was actually
And now, he works, as we know, way too much.
Oh, he absolutely
and
works a lot.
sleeps 3 hours a night.
Right, and he's probably not eating well. So
No. How old is he?
he'll
79
be
79.
80 on June 14th.
on Flag Day. How
I mean,
patriotic.
you've got to, in all honesty, you've got to love that a steady diet of McDonald's, and I don't know what he
Diet
eats at
Coke.
McDonald's. Is it Diet Coke? And what
Yeah.
what is
Diet
his?
Coke, a Big Mac, and a medium fry.
I think he has a couple of Big Macs. Doesn't he do more than one? Can you Google it, Joan? Google what is Donald Trump's average order at McDonald's? Because I seem to recall that it was like a huge order. And now look, I'm not
Guy's
shaming.
6'4".
Yeah, no, it takes a lot of caloric intake to support that kind of a large body.
So in January of 2026.
And again, I'm not shaming Donald Trump. Just don't start on the first thing in the morning. I'm not shaming Donald Trump. It's just, I think they shaved about 75 pounds off of him for the 250th anniversary,
75.
$250 bill.
In a single meal now this is from Finance Monthly. I don't know
Yes.
what that is. Describing a single meal Trump consumed during the 2024 campaign trail. It included a fillet of fish, a quarter pounder with cheese, a Big Mac, and French fries.
Told
in
you,
one
Sam.
sitting.
That's a
I
lot of
mean-
food in one sitting.
Yeah.
They go on to say the detail has amplified questions about portion control and nutrition.
You know, can I just be honest? Donald Trump has never been known for his impulse control. I mean, look at his Twitter feed. Look at
Right.
his social media accounts. I mean, he's thumbing away.
Nicolas
every
Maduro.
thought he has. What?
My favorite impulse control was Nicolas Maduro. Let's just go get him.
Yeah.
Let's just go grab him.
Yep.
In the middle of the night.
So I don't know. I think that it is the ultimate in trolling. Because it's funny. I said to Sam right before the show, I said to somebody, one of you two, wouldn't it have been funny if Donald Trump used his mugshot for the $250 bill?
In all fairness, I hadn't seen the mock-up of the bill yet. So
Yeah,
I was
so then
I
I-
was just taking your word that maybe they weren't using his mugshot.
But it does look different. But be honest, it does look different.
His neck's a little slimmer. I mean, you got to think for the image crop, right? From a mugshot down to a dollar bill size.
They
slend him up
well,
a
if
little
it's if it's a bill that is $1 or $250, whatever. But they can't make it bigger to accommodate his picture.
Well, and
so
then,
maybe they had to just slim it down, for the sake of the size of the actual bill.
His hair is actually touching the top of the frame on the. So they kind of had to. If I was them and I was working in their department.
All I'm saying, it looks like a completely different photo. Whatever, I don't care. Here's what Scott Besson said about the $250 bill.
We see your signature next to President Trump's face on a $250 bill.
Well, again, as Treasury Secretary, I have two mandates for U.S. currency. At present, no living person can be on U.S. currency, and the currency must say, "In God we trust." So right now, there is proposed legislation in front of the House, in front of the Senate, to change the first requirement so that a living person, Donald J. Trump, could be on a $250 bill. So it's all in the hands of the, it's all up on Capitol Hill. So at Treasury, we prepare things in advance. So we have prepared in advance that if the legislation is passed, but we will stick to the law.
So, what do you think? Will Congress change that law so that Donald Trump can be the only living president to be on a dollar bill? I think they'll pass it. I mean, the Democrats will do what they do, but I think Senate and the House of Representatives, I think they'll pass it. Am I wrong on this?
I mean, no, they probably would. I just
my thing would be, really, is this a hill that you're going to die on? I don't care. I don't care.
Somebody's going to die on it.
I think it's kind of funny. At first I was like, oh, really? Is this what we're going to do? But
I love this.
Joan talked me down this morning as I'm driving in. Sam pulls up into the parking lot and he's like, "Why are you still in your car?" And it's like, "Because I'm talking to Joan. It's our pre-show meeting because she's from home this morning." And Donald Trump, we know that the president likes to put his name or his face on everything.
On everything. And it's the ultimate troll. They tried to silence him in every court in the nation. That's why we have a mugshot. They tried to kill him numerous times.
Yeah.
The man is surviving. He's got his face on a $250 bill. He's got the arch. He's got the ballroom. He's got everything going on. And I just think that it's the best in-your-face move I have ever seen in my life.
I actually appreciate a good troll, and I see what he's doing. And now that he is using the mugshot, Joan, I actually like this idea a lot better because I just think it's funny.
Well, and it's got a ripple effect, right? You imagine going into a place of business, and obviously you're spending $250. You must be buying something pretty nice in some capacity, and maybe they don't lean right politically, but they've kind of got to accept your currency, right? to pay for
Well,
whatever
yeah.
goods or service
Yeah.
you got. I would personally, if I had a couple of those bad boys, I would take one to the most radical leftist organization I could think of. Like, I want to make a donation to you guys. You know,
Yeah.
I may not agree with everything you're doing here, but I'm seeing you're trying to support your community, and here's $250, and just the look on their faces
Do
when
you know
they
what you could do? Oh my God! Can you imagine going up to like Justin Pearson
donating to his
and
campaign.
donating to his campaign, handing him a $250 Donald Trump dollar bill?
Do you want the most white supremacist president ever?
Listen, do you want the donation, or how much of a hypocrite will you be? 'Cause, I mean, that's actually a great point. If you're a leftist, if you're a Justin Pearson or a Justin Jones or a Gloria Johnson or any of these people, would it be considered hypocritical if you walked up to them and you wanted to give a donation of $250, hand them the Trump $250 bill? Is it hypocritical to accept it? Joan, is that hypocritical? Let's go to the phones.
I don't think so. Money's money.
I would do it, except I'm not about to give them $250.
I was gonna say there's that, but also I don't think any of them would accept it. They would take a stand and ripping it in front of you. Mm-hmm. That would be
No
social
way.
media
Also-
moment. Oh, 100%.
Oh, okay. You know what? You're right. Social media, absolutely.
Also, you're never going to see one of those $250 bills without his face scribbled over with a magic marker of some sort that you'll never see through. Everybody will scratch his face off.
Oh,
of
they're
it.
going to have like mustaches and devil horns and the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's what they'll do, because that's what Democrats do. Actually, you know what Democrats are doing right now? The whole story is Congress has to change laws so that a living person can be on a bill, right? Democrats, I guarantee you, somewhere are saying, well, we can change the living part. Because that's what they've been trying to do for how long, Joan? I mean,
Yes.
they've been trying to assassinate him. They've been trying
Yes.
to kill Donald Trump for how long? And they've been wishing and hoping and praying that somebody would take him out. I mean, Democrats know that that's true. So that's also part of the conversation. So I don't know. I would be, I'm going to have John Henry on later on today. He is running for the 6th Congressional District. I'm going to ask him, if you were a member of Congress, would you vote for this? Would you vote to allow Donald Trump to be on the $250 bill? And by the way, I would buy one. I would get one for my bank just to have one, because I think that it would be cool.
Oh, and 20, 30 years from now, it would be worth maybe 3 or 4 times, especially with inflation.
Well, is this I don't know this. Is this like a special limited time thing, or is this something that is going to be offered for many, many, many years to come?
I mean, possibly.
Because the Susan B. Anthony, right? Was the Susan B. Anthony quarter? I think that was a quarter, right?
Yeah.
You probably don't remember the Susan B. Anthony quarter,
No, it's
Sam.
back when they carved it out of stone, right?
So, yeah, that's exactly right. Back when we were out walking our T-Rexes, whatever. Anyway.
T-Rexes.
A bad example is the only dinosaur that I could pull out of my hat.
Yeah.
Joan, as you and I were out in the olden days walking our brontosauruses.
Yes.
Brontosaurusi.
Ooga, 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 booga, booga.
Yeah, and we were trying to start a fire with sticks, the whole thing, to send up smoke signals.
I thought
for
that was Al
texts.
Green.
Sure. Anyway, bottom line is this going to be
Anthony's coin was $1, by the way.
I knew that.
Yeah. I didn't. I had to
You
look
were
it up.
trying to say she was only worth a quarter for actual value, Dan.
You sexist.
That's not what I was saying. Who was the quarter? There was a...
She was a girl. She only must have been worth 25 cents.
Oh.
That's what she said. Anyway. So, you're right,
You can tell
because...
Joan's in her living room by that echo.
No, that was...
sorry.
No. You know what? Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
No, her laugh, I could hear it reverb off the walls.
Oh, okay. All right, so no. We used to have state quarters. Was that what it was? Did we have quarters that were states?
I think that's true. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it had the whole collect all 50 little fold-up set.
Yep. I had every single one. I had every single state quarter. I forget what years that was or what year that was, but I had every single one.
Remember when they tried to put Harriet Tubman on the 20?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Did they?
They
Okay.
tried to replace Andrew Jackson with Harriet Tubman.
Oh.
I'm like, look, I'm all for putting someone like that on a piece of currency,
right?
But not at the cost of Old Hickory. No,
that's exactly right. All right, it is 5:20 on Super Talk. All right, so let's make a Daily Dan poll out of the whole $250 bill thing. Do you believe that Congress should change laws or change the law to allow Donald Trump's face to be on the $250 bill? You know, we could also do a Daily Dan poll, Joan. Maybe, I don't know if this would be appropriate, but I think we should actually do this. Joan, yes or no? Hold on, Sam. Do we actually say, did they skinny size Donald Trump for the $250 bill? Like,
yeah, I like
you think,
that.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Did they Ozempify?
Did they
I love it.
Ozempify Donald Trump for the $250 bill? Because he looks, and I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just, it looks to me like they skinnied him up. Nothing wrong with that. Lots of people skinny up their photos. So I'm just curious, I want to know if people believe that Donald Trump got skinny for that photo.
Can you just imagine that being your job in this mock-up duty, right? There's like a team working on this design.
You got to make me look 50 pounds lighter. Come on.
Let's pinch the president's neck in and trim the gullet around
Let's just
the face.
make it. Yeah, just make it. Just what is it? Harden up, firm up that chin.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
Give him the Jay Leno effect.
Sure. I suppose it is 5:22. Joan's got the news coming up at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, where are we on a so-called deal with Iran? Also, a local band. Great effect. Thanks, Sam. And a local band
Timing
director.
is everything, Sam.
Yeah.
Timing.
Sorry, somebody skipped
everything.
traffic, threw my clock off.
Yes.
Hey, Joan, anything going on in traffic?
Nothing.
All right.
There
There's
we
your
go.
traffic, Sam.
Where are we on a so-called deal with Iran? Also, there's a local band director who has now been charged with statutory rape. That story and more coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
526, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A lot of a controversy early in the radio broadcast, Joan, because some people are saying that Donald Trump's $250 bill photo is his mugshot. Others saying it is not his mugshot. Sam says it's actually a recreation of said mugshot, so I put it through Grok. Grok says, yes, the photo or portrait featured on the proposed draft $250 bill is based on Donald Trump's famous 2023 Fulton County mugshot. So there you go. And, one of the things, my initial reaction to the whole mugshot thing and the whole $250 bill thing is that with so much going on and with the economy where it's at, we've got, increasingly a lot of Republicans and conservatives frustrated with what is happening with the war in Iran. And there's just a lot of things going on. This is really what we're going to start messing with. So that is also definitely a valid way to look at the whole $250 bill thing. Although I would say in defense of Donald Trump, and I realize I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth, but part of what I would say about that is, listen, it's not like he's, expending a lot of energy on this. He had an idea. They've come up with a mock-up, if you will. All Congress has to do is decide whether or not they actually want to do something and pass a law allowing a living person to be on a bill.
Wait, you're asking Congress to do something?
That's my point, Joan. Do you really think Congress is going to do anything?
They can't get the Save America Act, the Vote America.
It's the Save America Act, yeah.
Yeah, they can't even get that passed. And what is it, 83% of Americans support this?
Yep.
And these senators can't even get, John Thune can't even get his act together to pass that? No, I don't think they can get this done either. There, I feel better, thanks.
Do you feel better, Joan? You threw that down, didn't you?
Wow.
I thought you were going to call John Thune an ASS.
Yeah,
you said
is.
you said act. I thought you were going to say the other word, the A word. That by the way, I personally believe that he is an ASS. John Thune. Grar. There you go. All right, very good. Okay, coming up, I do have all the latest on what is going on with Iran. We've got a number of things out there, including the Texas Senate race. We're going to talk about that because TalaFREAKO. I don't know if you saw this. Yesterday, but TalaFREAKO is beginning to try to fight back low T style. So we're gonna talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do have some thunderstorms about to hit them, perhaps in the afternoon hours today. Our high will be 84 degrees. Now, on Saturday, things will clear out a bit, and then we'll have a mix of clouds and sunshine for Sunday, and the high both days, Saturday and Sunday, is around 82 degrees. Negotiators for both the U.S. and Iran now believe that they have a draft of a deal that could lead to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, under the terms of this memorandum of understanding, Iran would fully reopen the strait over 60 days. The U.S. would pull back its blockade of Iran in synchronized steps. Sources telling ABC News, though, that there is no deal until the leaders of both countries agree. ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce.
The president was asked in an interview yesterday if there's a red line that Iran could cross that would cause the U.S. to fully restart this war. And he said, well, a deal that wasn't going to be good for us is the red line. He said this is playing out and they're going to see.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who led the White House press briefing yesterday, also said that Iran must agree to dispose of its highly enriched uranium and commit to never seeking a nuclear weapon. The band director at the White House High School is out of his job, charged with sexual contact with a 16-year-old student.
Dalton Hawkins was charged with statutory rape by an authority figure. Police saw Hawkins admitted to kissing the student at a fast food restaurant and then had inappropriate sexual contact with her inside the school.
And that's Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. He could spend at least 8 years behind bars if convicted. A Nashville mother arrested for a SNAP benefits fraud. Police say Shannon Anderson is charged with using the SNAP benefits for her daughter, who's been missing for 9 years. Shannon's aunt, speaking to WSMV4, says Shannon and the father of the child are both drug addicts.
I'm not attacking Shannon because I know she's in active addiction. She desperately needs help. Maybe this jail stay will help her.
She also tells WSMV4 that she was surprised to learn that the Social Security numbers of missing persons isn't tracked. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Such a clear morning on the roadways here. I don't see any delays so far on 24, 40 or on 65. If, however, you plan on doing some traveling, Hurricane Mills, 40 eastbound is closed, the eastbound lanes at Linden Waverly. That's exit 143 because of a serious crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, for those of you that are saying that we should change the law to allow the living to be on dollar bills or whatever, are you ready for Barack Obama on a bill? I'm just saying. What's that, Joan?
Negatory.
Negative. That's exactly right. But
Only if it includes a drone strike in the background.
So if you end up changing the law, then the Democrats can do it as well. So, by the way, the drone strike. So, obviously, you're referring to the Obama drone strikes in the Middle East. You're not calling for the assassination of a president on a dollar bill.
No, I'm talking about the American citizens.
I just want to make sure that, yes, and the American citizens too. All right, very good. All right, so what's the poll? Because the Daily Dan poll, if you're just joining us, then I'm going to get into what is going on with this deal that the president has yet to chime in on. But real quick, so
which Daily Dan poll?
The Daily Dan poll. Oh, we did have a couple, didn't we?
Yeah.
So the first one was, should we change the law to allow Trump to be on the $250 bill?
So we did the second one.
Okay, we did the second one, which
did
is...
Did they Ozempify DJT on the $250 bill mock-up?
Okay, and what are people saying?
71% say yes.
Okay, so that's why I didn't recognize that was his booking photo, his mugshot photo. So, all right, now, what I want to know, that's fine. Now, the next Daily Dan poll for people on YouTube. By the way, please watch us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, 997WTN.com. Next one is, should we change the law? Because again, I think it's a fair point. People are, oh my gosh, 7211 put Obama on food stamps.
Yep. I mean,
wasn't he called the food stamp president? Wasn't that Obama? I don't remember now. Anyway, whatever. So yeah, but go ahead and do the Daily Dan poll for should we actually change the law? Because I've actually had more people than I thought say heck no, because we don't want to see Obama on the whatever.
Newt Gingrich gave him that name in 2012.
There you go.
Wow.
You know, there are days when I can't remember my own name, but some stuff actually does stick in my head from time to time. Real quick, also, I don't know, Jill Biden is getting crucified by people on the left. We'll probably talk about that as well.
Oh, my goodness.
She is getting hammered.
Well, they didn't want this to be resurrected as an issue. And she had to write a book. She
had to write a book. So we'll get into that, too. So there, people are yelling at me to get to serious issues of the day, whatever. Okay, so let's talk about Iran. 615-737-9986. CNN is reporting that Iran is just. I want to give you some headlines, right? So because a lot of this stuff is kind of the same, but here's a couple of headlines. What is going on with Iran and this deal? A couple of FYIs. There's a story out there that Iran shot down one of our planes. I don't know if you saw that this morning, folks, but we are denying it. We know that Iran has a lot of propaganda out there, so I don't know if that's true or not. But that's what they're saying. CNN is reporting that Iran is digging up their buried missiles, an indication, they say, that we did not destroy their missile program. We deny that is actually happening. We have implemented new sanctions on Iran, even as we continue to negotiate, frankly, as we should, because we know that Iran was caught putting mines in the Strait of Hormuz. That was a topic from a couple of days ago. So President Trump is considering a deal that many, according to media, Iran has signed off on this. The Trump administration has signed off on this. Only Donald Trump has not signed off on this. I've got video, And this is apparently what is in the deal.
Reportedly would include, quote, unrestricted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. President obviously very focused on that. It's an international waterway. No one can control it, says the president. They also want the United States a pledge from Iran not to pursue nuclear weapons or enriched uranium that would produce them. Also, the lifting of the naval blockade, that comes from Axios. That's what Iran wants. They want that blockade to be gone.
All right, so we keep hearing that we are close to a deal. But, you look at the details, and we're not. And this isn't even, by the way, this isn't even, and I've been saying this isn't even a deal on the nuclear issues. It's a deal to simply get us back to basically square one and then keep talking. So here's what is said to be in this 60-day memorandum of understanding. Joan, if I leave anything out, please feel free to Dan, the host. 60-day extension of the ceasefire. And then my question I have in my notes, is it really a ceasefire, though? I mean, let's be honest. This is not really a ceasefire. Reopen the Strait of Hormuz with no tolls. Iran will remove the mines. But you guys remember the story that I had a few weeks ago where Iran, they're not even sure where all the mines are, according to multiple media outlets. So how do they even know where the mines are or how many that they've laid there in the Strait of Hormuz? Now, Reuters is reporting that the biggest unresolved issues are the following: whether or not Iran can resume any uranium enrichment. Iran says that is a line in the sand. That's our line in the sand, too. What happens to the existing stockpiles of uranium? Donald Trump says it's got to be shipped out of Iran or destroyed somehow. Iran is saying, nope, we keep our uranium. Talking about sanctions relief. How much sanctions relief should there be? Donald Trump clearly has not been excited about this part of the negotiations. Iran has insisted that they be able to continue to enrich that uranium, full sanctions removal as well. So both sides have the same red lines. And both sides pride themselves on their ability to negotiate. I mean, Donald Trump wrote a book called The Art of the Deal. So he prides himself on being able to negotiate. I'm here to tell you, friends, there's absolutely no way that Donald Trump is going to allow himself to be rolled in these negotiations. By the way, we are also insisting that Iran disavow any attempt to manufacture nuclear weapons. Now, here's my problem with that, is that Iran has always said that they're not trying to manufacture nuclear weapons, but they're lying. As a matter of fact, I've got some audio coming up from Scott Bessent where he says that part of this deal has got to be Iran saying that they will not try to manufacture nuclear weapons. Well, with all due respect, they've always said that, but they've always been lying. Here's J.D. Vance and what his statement was regarding these negotiations. This was yesterday.
Well, I think it's hard to say exactly when or if the president's going to sign the MOU. We're going back and forth on a couple of language points. I do think that we've made a lot of progress here. It's very clear that I think the Iranians, they want a deal, and they want to open the Straits of Hormuz. We want them to open the Straits of Hormuz. There are a couple of issues on the nuclear stuff, the highly enriched stockpile, and also the question of enrichment. So, we're going back and forth with them. We do think they're negotiating, at least so far, in good faith, and we're making some progress. Hopefully, we'll continue to make progress. The president will be in a position where he can endorse the agreement, but obviously, that's still TBD.
All right, and by the way, here's the thing. This isn't a negotiation on the uranium enrichment. This is not a negotiation on the sanctions. This is not a negotiation on Iran keeping their enriched uranium. This is literally the deal that everybody's talking about. And Joan, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is basically the deal to open up the Strait of Hormuz so that they can begin the negotiations on all of those very important issues. So really, this deal that they're talking about is nothing more than a memorandum of understanding to open up the Strait of Hormuz, allow, I'm assuming, Iran to begin to sell oil again and start to empty oil out of their oil infrastructure. Because remember, they've got all of that oil that they have nowhere to put it, because we've closed down, we've shut down their ability to ship oil out, export oil. So that's basically where we are. Is this is just a conversation to have a deeper conversation. Is that right, Joan?
Yes, that's exactly right. We're treading water. So the thing is that at this moment, the two sides have two different the timeline pressures. One is President Trump in the midterm elections, and Iran knows that. But President Trump also knows that what you mentioned there, the oil filling up those reservoirs, they're at the breaking point. President Trump has them by the you-know-whats, and he's got to use that pressure. And I trust that the man who penned The Art of the Deal knows how to get this done. I really think he does. He's at that point. He's got them right now. I pray that nobody convinces him to let it go.
His entire administration, it seems to me, is pressuring Donald Trump to make a deal.
Yeah.
That's kind of even. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know where Marco Rubio stands. Part of this is you've got Scott Bessent, you've got J.D. Vance, you've got Marco Rubio, and everybody is sort of, supporting the president, not getting into the details of the deal, with the exception of just saying Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. So that's going to be the question: is will Donald Trump feel pressure? He says that he doesn't feel any pressure regarding the midterm elections. He's also said that he doesn't consider the American people's economy, if you will, when he's thinking about these negotiations, because he wants the best deal for the American people. He says that he wants the American people to be safe from a nuclear Iran.
So you played that audio yesterday of Rubio and Trump talking about this, and Rubio goes on, what the president's trying to do, talking to the press and everything, and then at the end of it, he goes, "You also have other options too, Mr. President."
It's exactly
right.
right.
And the way he said that and the timing of it, I'm like, okay, I'm kind of on Marco's side. I'm ready to just get it over with, do what needs to be done, and then send him home.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of. Chris said we got to nuke Iran. I don't know if he really meant that.
I mean, look,
but
it would solve a lot of problems.
You don't keep the world on your side, and I do believe that the world is on Donald Trump's side. Depending on the kind of nuke involved, you don't want to kill, and I don't know if that's what Chris meant about killing millions of people. You can have small scale nukes, whatever. But all I'm saying is that you need to do everything that you possibly can to take out the Islamic Revolutionary Guard and all of those people. I'm with you. I don't know where Joan is necessarily at with the resumption of military strikes, but I think a lot of people are like, crap and get off the pot. Let's go. And I think that part of that is that we keep hearing that a deal is near, and then the rug keeps getting pulled out from under us. I think that's also part of it. I think people are just frustrated with Iran doing what they've been doing, which is, hey, we're close to a deal. And then Iran will come back and say, no, we're not, as they're laying more mines in the Strait of Hormuz.
I think they're stalling. I think
well, of course
most of this has been stalling to maybe gather up what they can and throw some kind of dirty bomb together. That would be my best guess.
Part of my presentation this morning is that CNN is reporting that they're digging up the missiles that they had buried in the ground. So stalling. I've been talking about how Donald Trump has been talking about how Iran stalls in these negotiations, and they have been for a long time. This is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. This was yesterday.
With the Iranian government, we did not have regime change, but we changed the regime. As President Trump said at the cabinet meeting, as we've said other times, the first layer of leadership was eliminated, the second layer, and we're now at the third layer. And the way to think about it is the Iranian government, such as it is three pillars. It is the elected government, it is the IRGC, and it is the clerics. And they are having trouble communicating. So we are being patient. We do not have unlimited patience. President Trump always prefers a peace deal. So everything we have done thus far has been defensive. And at present, that is what we will continue doing. But if President Trump doesn't think he can get a peace deal, then kinetic is back.
All right, so that is Scott Bessent. We'll have to see what happens. There is a clashing of red lines here. That is the problem. The problem is, even if we get to because the clashing of red lines is not going to be solved with this first deal that is being discussed. That negotiation will take place if the 60-day memorandum of understanding is actually approved by Donald Trump, where basically they're going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and I assume we would allow Iran to begin exporting their oil. So we'll have to see ultimately what happens. The clashing of the red lines, which is what I've been talking about, that will be more discussed during that 60 days when there is a ceasefire. I don't see how these clashing of red lines is going to be solved without some sort of military intervention. I don't see it. The enriched uranium, what is going to happen to it? Should Iran be allowed to do any enrichment? By the way, I say no. I say no. If Iran wants enriched uranium, then we can give it to them. That's the point, because we know that. What's that?
Here's another point about that. Even if they say that okay, we'll stop enriching uranium, you can have it all. Do you trust them?
No.
Do you trust these people?
We can't trust Iran.
When you catch your high school kid smoking pot and you take the pot away, do you think that stops the smoking of the pot?
Did that happen to you, Sam?
Possibly.
Did your parents look in the shoebox underneath your bed? Is that where you kept it? Where'd you keep your pot, Sam?
Sock drawer.
Where'd you keep it now? Anyway, it is 5:53.
I'm not telling you.
By the way, so you know what Sam's going to be doing? You know what extracurricular activities Sam is going to be doing during the radio broadcast today?
I've already started.
Tell me.
Why don't you tell the class, Sam, what you're doing when you're supposed to be paying attention?
I am paying attention. What are you talking about? I'm locked in.
Are you applying for jobs?
No.
No, that was KGB.
No.
Yeah,
Literally
right.
KGB, and we're glad that he found one. KGB would be applying for jobs as he was behind the board. Sam, on the other hand, is going to traffic school online because he got a ticket.
Yeah. Apparently.
So if you have to go to school, then you must have been like 100 miles over the speed limit.
No. This is for violating the hands-free law. So apparently
he was on the phone.
I was on the phone in the traditional sense that I was talking to my wife. I was trying to get my car to the shop, and I was holding the phone here as I was moving it from the mount down to the console because it provides better sound quality that way. Well, Greenbrier police saw me and they were like, "Hey, you can't support your device in any capacity whatsoever." And when I read the statute, I'm like, you couldn't put your phone, for those of you that do it, you can't put your phone on your leg. You'll get a ticket for that.
How are they able to see that your phone is on your leg?
Some people, I mean, it's got cars low to the ground. I could imagine it, but it's literally, it says, by no part of your body can you support your device. And I was like, interesting. I'll pay the fine. I'll go to traffic school.
Hey, Joan, Honest Engine, which I think is a racist comment. Do you follow the hands-free? Do you talk on your cell phone when you're driving?
I talk not to the cell phone itself.
You use hands-free.
I definitely. I even use hands-free to send text messages, to read text messages.
Okay.
I for the most part.
Clearly, we know that.
Yeah. It's dumb law.
Oh, listen to Joan. She just said, for the most part. So in other words, Joan, you're a lawbreaker.
Well, clearly. Yesterday, so sometimes when, you're searching for something to play that you want to listen to, like I haven't done it before I left the parking lot, so I have to do it while I'm in traffic. Okay.
Tell it to the judge,
Everything
Joan.
I just said, right, forget.
Tell it to the judge. All right, it is 5:55. Lawbreaker Joan Jones has the news at 6. Joan.
So coming up here, how do you get banned from riding roller coasters for life? We'll tell you about one guy's story he found out the hard way. It's coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:59 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so I don't know if you've heard, but the 250th birthday party of America, apparently it's in big trouble. Bret Michaels from Poison is the latest artist to decide that he didn't want to play the 250th birthday party. Now, I'm going to ask this question. We can talk about some of the details on the other side, but how big of a deal is it that Bret Michaels has pulled out? Can I just ask that question? Like, have people been clamoring to see Bret Michaels? And by the way, I like Bret Michaels. He's a lead singer, was a lead singer of Poison, whatever. But now the question becomes, because we're going to give you the laundry list of artists that have pulled out. It does seem to me like there is a movement afoot among all of these artists and singers that they are just pulling out. They say it's because of political reasons. I believe that they are acquiescing to peer pressure from their fans. Details straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Metro Nashville police, they're searching for a second suspect that in a double murder that happened at Percy Priest Lake in April of last year.
23-year-old Jose Miguel Guardado Aguilera is wanted after two women from Alabama were found dead with multiple gunshot wounds between La Jolla Bay Apartments and Percy Priest Lake.
And that's Danielle Ledbetter at Channel 4. Now, this guy has ties to Alabama. He's a known member of the MS-13 gang. It's not clear if he's in the country legally. Firefighters continue searching the rubble of a destroyed apartment complex outside Dallas after a reported explosion and fire sent the residents running for their lives on Thursday.
Oh, there's nothing. It's gone. It's gone.
So far, 3 people, including a child, have been found deceased in the debris. First responders are warning more victims could be likely. Dallas Fire and Rescue said they have been responding to a call regarding a gas leak at that complex. And a guy's been banned from all Six Flags entertainment parks after breaking the rules about riding roller coasters. Alan Farrell snuck an order of McDonald's McNuggets down his pants, and then he snacked on them while riding that 300-foot coaster. His downfall may have been that he shared the video of it online. It happened at the Six Flags in Sandusky, Ohio. His ban is for life, according to company officials. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
A buying spree in the tech sector drove a rally in the broader market that left the major averages closing at new record highs yesterday. The S&P rose about 0.6%, the Nasdaq 0.9, the Dow gained a fraction to finish the day at 50,669. New government data shows Americans saving at the lowest rate since 2022. But Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that could actually indicate more consumer confidence, despite survey findings to the contrary. Consumers trying to cope with rising prices are heading to warehouse stores and buying in bulk. Costco says same-store sales were up nearly 10% in the latest quarter, and that its gas pumps churned out more fuel than they ever have. Customers at some Walmart stores have been doing double takes and posting images of round plastic Coke bottles that look a little like Christmas ornaments. They're actually designed to resemble soccer balls to celebrate Coke's partnership with FIFA and World Cup. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures all pointing up this morning with the Dow futures plus 94. Oil, however, is trading down. It's at $87 a barrel this morning. That's the latest news, traffic and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like you might be tapping the brakes on westbound 24 in Laverne all the way up to the Nashville area, but it's not a big delay. And it looks like no delay so far on 40. 65 looks pretty good, too. Just a little bit slow in the Goodlettsville area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, and hope you are doing well. And welcome on in to Hour 2 of Nashville's Morning News for your Friday, May 29th of 2026. And coming up, I'm really looking forward. If you want to look ahead, we've got Stefano DiPietro. Joan is going to be joining us at the beginning of the 8 o'clock hour.
Yep.
What we want to know is, with all of this rain that we've been getting, is the drought over in the state of Tennessee?
Yeah,
so,
how much? It just seems like it has been a never-ending flow of rain. So, I mean, have we set records? And what are we expecting? I think the hurricane, the tornado season, is either over or just about to be over. So, it's been relatively quiet.
It's been a quiet tornado season, actually. Now, Sam, I don't know if I should. Joan, yes or no? Sam says that he has a fun fact about Stefano DiPietro. Should we allow him to broadcast it without you and I reviewing it?
No. Sam is the most inappropriate person on the planet, so...
On the planet?
Okay, well, in Nashville.
That's pretty inappropriate. Even in Nashville, that's pretty inappropriate. Go ahead, Sam, very quickly.
Well, it turns out Mr. DiPietro is a bit of an amateur hockey player. And so because our phones listen to us, I see his Facebook page pop up in my feed every once in a while, and it's him scoring a goal or laying a hit. Who would have thought?
Well, I don't think that's so bad.
No,
good for him.
To me, it was interesting and showing obviously more to the man than just the meteorology.
There you go.
He also enjoys playing golf, and he and Marius Payton play golf together all the time.
Joan sounds like she wants to be invited.
I do. Come on.
All right, very good. By the way, speaking of never-ending flow, I'm going to give you a list of a never-ending flow of has-beens and never-weres. Some of the lists of the people who have pulled out of the 250th birthday party. And some of these, by the way, at the end of this segment, I'm gonna give President Trump the obvious solution to the clear problem that we now have regarding the 250th birthday party, because really there's not a lot of people left to play. So you've got Martina McBride, Vanilla Ice, the Commodores, Flo Rida, and Bret Michaels. 5 of these, all of them have apparently pulled out of the event. Now, Joan, you have the letter that Martina McBride turned in, saying that she said that she would do the event, but now she won't. And a lot of these folks are saying, well, we didn't realize it was going to be political, but they're not saying exactly what they have as far as an issue goes. What is the problem that they have with this 250th birthday party that they say is going to be political, forcing them not to perform?
So, by the way, it's the Great American State Fair that this was going to happen at. And she said that she was presented with an opportunity to perform at a nonpartisan event, but that turned out to be misleading. She said, I asked lots of questions and was assured that this was a nonpartisan event that was meant to celebrate all 50 states. And all, she put in caps, all 50 states. In my mind, I thought this was a great way to celebrate the states and also to bring people together in a way that only music can. I saw it as just a bigger version of so many state fairs I have performed at over the years, celebrating community and what makes each state special. Sounds fun, right? Wholesome even. Yesterday, things started changing, and what we were told is, in fact, that is not what's happening. She says, I've spent my entire career singing songs about real people with real issues. I've been blessed with the opportunity to be a voice for those who have felt like they didn't have one. It greatly upsets me that any fan who has been moved by my music may now feel like I am abandoning the meaning behind these songs. I assure you that's not the case, blah, blah, blah.
So Vanilla Ice has not pulled out. He was on one list, and then it turned out, no, he has not pulled out. So we have Vanilla Ice is still in. And I don't know. Can you check on Flo? This list is like changing apparently by the hour.
By the minute, yeah.
So I don't know about Flo Rida. But, and that, by the way, is a takeoff of Florida, Flo Rida, whatever. Anyway, so you have a lot of these artists, though. Morris Day and the Time have pulled out.
Yeah.
Which,
Also,
like Young MC and Morris Day and the Time.
Do you follow Libs of TikTok on X?
I do.
So she posted overnight a picture of Martina McBride, who doesn't want to be involved in anything that's political and nonpartisan, performing at the White House during the Obama administration. So there goes that theory.
Well, I just, what I would like to know is what is political about this event that precludes them from performing? Like, nobody's saying they're pulling out, Bret Michaels. So they've decided to cancel their performance, and they're using this vague, well, it's going to be political in nature. Well, how? I mean, are they going to unfurl a big, flag or banner of Donald Trump in the background as fireworks are going off? I can't imagine that's the case. So what is it? I mean, are they naming it after Donald Trump? I mean, what is the problem? That's what I want to know. What is the problem? And does anybody really care that CNC of the Music Factory is also deciding not to perform? Do you know who's also not performing?
All these people anyway. Who?
Milli Vanilli. Milli Vanilli. So can I just say, good riddance to all these folks? Like, does anybody really care that Milli Vanilli?
It was actually their chance to be on stage for the first time in 100 years. So it's crazy that they would.
Well, I want to know which Milli Vanilli is it? Like, is it the people that originally sang the songs when they were lip syncing, or is this the two guys that actually lip synced in the videos that everybody thought was them, but it turned out to be other guys? I don't know. And you know what the great thing is? I don't care. But I just,
So Bret Michaels makes a good point. And apparently he had a big, long Instagram post. He said that it's evolved into something much more divisive than what I agreed to part of, and said that there were also concerns about the safety of his fans, his band, and his crew. I mean, that's a good point.
That is a great point.
This is going to be a public setting, and I get that there's going to be security, but if you are coming out to celebrate America, which the left has labeled as Nazi socialism, in disguise, if you're going to come out and celebrate that, you do put a target on your back, apparently. People are so crazy that they're going to feel justified to take a shot at you or one of your bandmates or one of your fans for celebrating the fact that this nation has eclipsed 250 years of immense progress. And, to play on the Trumpian tone of it, no other nation on the face of the earth has done more in its first 250 years. Guaranteed.
Here's what I think is going on. And by the way, a note from the Home Office. Apparently one of the Milli Vanilli guys is dead.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's Milli or Vanilli.
It's Rob Pilatus, died of an accidental drug overdose in 1998.
Okay.
And Fab Morvan now sings live in concert. I mean, of course.
Does he have I don't care. So I'm trying to feign interest in whatever happened to Milli Vanilli. But here's what I think is going on. To Bret Michaels' point, I think part of what's going on is they are getting blasted by their fans, and they're getting blasted by, people who may not have ever heard of them. But, for example, a lot of people, including Sam, apparently, who didn't even know who Milli Vanilli was. So
No, I knew who he was. I didn't know the whole lip syncing controversy.
Oh, you didn't know that? Whatever.
No.
So, but I think that there's a wave of people out there on the left that are just trying to harass any performer into not performing because they don't want this to be a success, because that would mean it would be a success for Donald Trump. They want this. This fair, as they're calling it, this Great American State Fair. They want this to be a failure because they believe that this is Donald Trump's party, which I guess it is. I don't know if you would consider Donald Trump's party or not, but the bottom line is they're getting all kinds of crap from people on the left telling them not to perform, and I do believe that is a fair thing that Bret Michaels is saying, which is you got to be careful because people are crazy. And you don't know what they're going to do.
It doesn't sound like that's the reason, though. It sounds like it's a political issue. The Commodore's posting on social media said, "Our music has always been our voice, and we choose not to publicly affiliate with any single political party. We support the betterment of all Americans."
Well, that's what the 250th street fair or whatever it is, a state fair, is all about.
Yeah, it's got to be the outside pressure getting.
It's got to be the outside pressure,
especially a lot of them are older, 40s, 50s, some of them in their 60s. Right? It's not worth the risk, and their careers have been made. They're not going to do anything special about performing at this event. It's not worth their life if that's how crazy. It's not if, because of how crazy the left has become.
Oh yeah, they're insane.
Here's a statement from rapper Young MC. He's the guy behind Bust a Move. He wrote in a statement on social media he would be dropping out. The artist, he said, were never told about any political involvement with the event. And despite the claims by the organizers that the event is nonpartisan, Spin magazine describes it as Trump-backed.
Well, of course it's Trump-backed. He supports supports it. I mean, he's the president. These people are so dumb. I have the solution, by the way. And I'm going to tell you what said solution is. Coming up next, it is 6:18. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. As far as your weather goes, afternoon storms and a high of 84 today. We've got gradual clearing on Saturday, Sunday, a mix of clouds and sun. Highs both days of 82 degrees. So we happen to have one of the most incredible cover bands right here in the city of Nashville. Six Wire, right? I don't know if you probably don't hang out in some of the bars, like I do, Joan.
Not my gig.
I go out and I gallivant, and when I'm out gallivanting, I've been to go see Six Wire. Mm-hmm. So Six Wire actually played, I want to say, was it the Republican National Convention? I believe that was where I heard of them first. Then I went to go, Pamela Furr invited Amy and I out to go see Six Wire at one of the local, bars or whatever it was. But man, these guys are great. Like I will tell you, I have seen so many concerts in my day. Six Wire is incredible. And obviously they're smart enough to know, hey, you know what? A gig's a gig. And so if I were Six Wire, I would contact the RNC or whoever immediately and say, we'll go out and we'll play all the great songs, and they sound fantastic. I will tell you that when I went to go see Six Wire with Amy, it was one of the best shows I've ever seen. And I'm not, blowing smoke. I'm saying these guys are that good. So hire Six Wire to go out to Washington, D.C. They can perform all the great songs. They are incredible. And then if you can supplement that with your John Rich, or maybe, obviously, I'm stating now the complete obvious. You got your John Riches, out there. You've got Kid Rock as well. Proud to be an American guy? Help me, for the love of God. Proud to be an American guy. Who is it?
Yeah.
Remind me. Really? The three of us are having a brain fart? Proud to be in it.
All at the same time?
Yeah. I think I'm having an effect on you too.
Lee Greenwood.
Lee Greenwood.
I've interviewed that man like 5 times. So, but have the obvious and then have Six Wire fill the whole thing out. I think that's what you do. You're welcome, Trump administration.
Why don't you give him a call?
I don't know what is going on with Google's algorithm, but I typed in I'm PRO, and the first thing is I'm proud to be an American. God bless USA by Lee Greenwood. Followed by I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you GIF. I'm proud to be an American lyrics. I'm proud of you meme. And then I'm probably non-binary, but and then I'm pro Jared and I cheated on my wife. And then I'm proud of you in Spanish. Those are the suggested searches.
Anyway, so it sounds to me like, and has anybody asked Kid Rock? And by the way, if it's Kid Rock, Lee Greenwood, and whoever else, that third one I just mentioned. Who? Oh, John Rich. So if it's those three, would people kind of roll their eyes at the same names all the time?
I don't think so. I think they kind of expect that.
Yeah,
right?
it's expected.
Yeah.
I mean, I love John Rich. I like John Rich. I like John Rich's solo stuff that I've heard better than Big and Rich. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm not just kissing John's butt. As far as the Lee Greenwood, I only know really the one song. But I mean, Kid Rock, I mean, that guy can do just about anything. So I think that's the obvious choices. There's probably also some up and coming artists that are country that are proudly conservative or proudly American and see this as an opportunity to get in front of a massive audience. So people are trying to say, the left is trying to call this a PR disaster. I don't see this as a PR disaster. I see this as an opportunity. So you get your Lee Greenwood, you get your John Rich, you get your Kid Rock, you get your Six Wire, and you get your up-and-comers, and you go out and you have a great time. And I think that's what you do. And here's the other thing that you do. You go out of your way to ensure that it is non-political. It's about the 250 years that, America has been in existence. And yes, all that we have accomplished in that, relatively speaking, short amount of time. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Joan?
Love it.
There you go.
And technically, being honest, we're celebrating 250 years of the idea, right? Mm-hmm. We declared that this is going to be a land of the free, and where free speech is going to dominate the marketplace of ideas, which will determine how we write our policies and institute our laws. We weren't actually a nation until 17.
And here's the sad part. You talk about the freedom of speech. You've got all of these activists that are, in my opinion, threatening people like Bret Michaels, wanting to perform at this thing, and that is trying to take away his freedom of speech, and his freedom to perform whatever. But so them being forced to step away from this performance is antithetical to what this nation has actually been built on. Mm-hmm. So
freedom of expression.
Freedom of expression. That's
even
exactly
if it's in
right.
a terrible headband.
Yeah, I'm not here's my thing. I would rather see Six Wire, and if you don't know who they are, just look them up. But I would rather see Six Wire any day of the week than Bret Michaels with or without poison. Or
was it Bret Michaels Looking for Love or whatever? That was that TV show on VH1. You know what I'm talking about?
Sam, will you be my rock of love?
Oh, Rock of Love.
Rock of Love. Oh. By the way, you can clip that. Knock yourself out. You can take that to Human Resources. 624 on WTN. Joan's got the news at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, speed pays. That's the lesson learned from the National Spelling Bee. Where do you hear this audio? It's coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, if you need an HVAC company you can count on my company, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Hey, it's Dan Mandison. Every single month, they've got multiple ways to save you money, and keep you cool during the summer months. Now, right now, you can take advantage of special financing on new HVAC systems with up to 12 months, no payment, and no interest. No prepayment penalty either, and approvals, well, they're going to vary by credit. Now, here's a great deal. You get a free Yeti Tundra 45 cooler when you install a 17 SEER or higher high-efficiency HVAC unit. If you want healthier air, the Healthy Hive exclusive from Busy Bee HVAC gives you an electronic air cleaner and a whole home UV system. Now, regularly, that's going to run you $27.99. Right now, though, you save $500. It's running at $22.99 installed. Plus, Busy Bee is going to handle those TVA rebates for you as well. You could get $800 back on mini split systems, $500 to $800 back on heat pump systems, and even a $50 rebate on AC tune-ups. Call them, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Okay, got a crash that just came in Cedar Hill area, I-24 eastbound before Maxey Road, exit 19. Out in Hurricane Mills area in Humphreys County, there's an overturned tractor trailer. I-40 eastbound is closed at the Linden Waverly exit 143 and Centerville Road exit 148. The crash is at TN mile marker 13 diesel spill. So they're going to be cleaning that up. Truck was hauling 15 tons of refrigerator equipment. So that is going to take a while to get cleaned up. And then a reminder, it's the last day of school here in Davidson County. So there will be kids coming out this afternoon. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It never happened. Two U.S. officials telling Fox News that no American planes have been shot down by Iran, despite what Iranian state TV is reporting. That denial comes amid heightened tension between Washington and Tehran following recent drone interceptions near the Strait of Hormuz and ongoing negotiations over Iran's nuclear program.
I'm deeply skeptical we're going to get a phase 2 deal on the nuclear demands that President Trump rightly has. I mean, Iran has to fully dismantle its nuclear program, zero enrichment, zero reprocessing, give back all the enriched material, and open up its inspection sites to international inspectors for anytime, anywhere inspections. If we can get that deal, they get sanctions relief. But I'm deeply skeptical they'll give it, and I think they're just trying to string out another U.S. president the way they strung out President Obama and President Biden. I think President Trump's too smart for that.
That's Mark Dubowitz, the CEO of the Federation for the Defense of Democracy, speaking to Fox News. U.S. and Iranian negotiators have reportedly reached a tentative 60-day memorandum of understanding, but it extends the current ceasefire and launches broader nuclear talks, though that agreement still requires President Trump's final approval.
We won't let them! We won't let them! We won't let you! We won't let you!
That's in Newark, New Jersey. Demonstrators there still clashing with immigration officers last night outside Delaney Hall detention facility after several days of protest over the reported inhumane conditions for detainees inside. Now, ICE officials say Newark Mayor Ross Baraka is refusing to send local police to help them. These agitators have blocked traffic and set up command and control tents in the street. And a 14-year-old from Rancho Cucamonga, California, is the winner of this year's Scripps National Spelling Bee. Now, in the national competition broadcast live last night, Shret Parika won in a lightning round spell-off against Ishan Gupta, where they were both given 90 seconds to spell as many words as possible. Listen to this.
Terraglin.
T-R-A-G-L-I-N.
Homeland.
H-O-M-E-L-Y-N.
Chikungunya.
C-H-I-K-U-N-G-U-N-Y-A.
Bromocryptine.
B-R-O-M-O-C-R-I-P-T-I-N-E.
Kashaw.
C-U-S-H-A-W.
Wow.
Wow.
I don't even know that I could spell my name that fast.
Nope.
Yeah. So he is the winner of this year's competition. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, so the biggest problem this morning is going to be that accident that has closed down a portion of I-40, the eastbound lanes. This is out in Hurricane Mills. So it's 40 eastbound between Linden Waverly, that's exit 143, and Centerville 148. It's an overturned tractor trailer, and it's leaking some diesel fuel as well. Could be a while before that one's back up. In Cedar Hill, it's a crash on 24 eastbound before Maxey Road. That's exit 19. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and good morning to you. Let's see here. Have you heard of the Joan, you and I talked about this yesterday, and we've been covering what's going on in New Jersey outside of that Delaney ICE facility.
Yeah.
So I get some video here, Sam, just real quick. So have you heard the ICE protester that threatened an ICE agent? Listen to this. Listen to this. This is because, we're talking about the just insanity of people on the left, right? And how they are so incredibly nasty and vitriolic. And maybe that's why some of these artists are pulling out of the 250th birthday party. And so, I think that is certainly, they can say, well, yeah, we are, bowing out because of politics. But the reality is that they could be being threatened. I mean, listen to this.
Your whole family's dead. Come on. Your children, your wife, all dead. Touch it, my boy. I have your face, mother. You're dead. Dead.
So that is an ICE protester screaming at a ICE agent, and he is saying, as you just heard, I have your face, your wife, your kids, you all dead.
Oh my gosh.
That's I mean, some people say, oh, they're just practicing their, right to free speech. I'm sorry, but that is a threat to kill. And would you, if you were dealing with that, if you're an ICE agent, and by the way, this is why they want to wear masks, people. So if you are an ICE agent and you see that insanity, you hear that insanity, do you think that is a legit threat?
Yeah.
I do.
Oh, yeah.
Joan,
so
you believe
did that
that's
guy get arrested?
Yeah. So they have this guy's face. This was on Fox News yesterday, Will Cain show. And so this is what Todd Blanche had to say about it, acting AG.
You're dead, your children, your wife, your whole family, I'll kill them all. And then ironically says, I have your face. We all have his face.
Yep. Yeah, so do we. And look, that's a federal crime. And not only threatening the ICE officer, but think about how disgusting this individual is, threatening his family and his children with death. What is this man doing? He's just doing his job standing there. And so that is disgusting, that what you just showed, and we see his face. And I promise you, we will find him. And when we find him, we will arrest him, because it is a crime not only to threaten law enforcement, but not surprisingly to threaten their family as well.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You will get people on the left, of course, people here in Tennessee, people here in Nashville. Oh, the ICE agents shouldn't be allowed to wear masks. And I think that is proof positive as to why ICE agents should be allowed to wear masks. But again, beyond that whole thing, I think that what they really need to do is make an example out of this guy. Because here's the thing. If this guy actually tries to do whatever he is inspired to do against ICE, if he is going to try to pull out a gun, if he's going to pull out some sort of a blunt object to try and kill an ICE agent, harm an ICE agent, try to take a car and run over an ICE agent, then we all know how that ends. And it ends with people like that being dead. And I'm sorry, but I wouldn't I'm not going to shed a tear for somebody like that. We saw the behavior of Renee Good and her wife or whatever that was. We saw their behavior. We saw what they were doing. We saw what they were saying. We saw that car going right towards that ICE agent. And we know how that ended. And nobody is happy that Renee Good was shot and killed. Nobody was happy with that, obviously. But again, you look at a situation like that, you see a situation like that, and you think, gee, I wonder what would have happened if they did not drive that car towards an ICE agent. I wonder what would have happened had they not really tried to, belittle that ICE agent, yell at that ICE agent, call that ICE agent all kinds of names.
Well, where would Alex Preddy be if he wasn't, kicking the taillight out of a federal, patrol vehicle and then agitating, interfering with officers while armed? Similar rhetoric, the exact same energy as this guy in this clip in New Jersey, which just to me, God bless those federal agents because they are under the most scrutiny. If that had been me having to deal with that guy, I would have clocked out. I would have called the local cops and said, hey, you're about to have an aggravated assault on your hands.
But you know what, Sam, and first of all, everybody has a right to their free speech, and I get that. It is their right to yell at an ICE agent if that's what they want to do. But the other thing that I would say is, okay, so all of that being said, it's not worth it for that ICE agent. Like if you're using that example, it's like what I said the other day, where I don't really get angry or upset at a lot of these folks on the left because, quite frankly, they're just not worth it. Let me ask you a question. And I don't mean to push back on you, Sam, but do you think that dirtbag is actually worth the time that you would probably spend in jail or prison, not to mention all the legal fees? Do you think a dirtbag like that is actually worth it?
If you're just threatening me, no. But once you're gonna say, oh, I've got your face, I'm gonna find your wife, I'm gonna find your kids. All right, well, I'm not gonna let it go further than that. I'm going to break a part of your body and send a message to you that you're not gonna do that. I don't care what local PD does to me at that point. I won't care. I will know I've defended my family. And that's to me what would matter.
Yeah, and that's true. You know what the problem is, just playing this whole thing out? You and I both know that once you did that, and once you did that, because a lot of these guys are actually wimps,
he looks like he was like 5'8", maybe 150 pounds soaking wet, and to a federal agent, that's nothing.
Right. So once you did that, once you defended your family with brute physical force, well, then you have actually made your family a target. That's the problem. As opposed to, you know what? It's like what our parents always told us. Ignore the bullies. And that's what that person is. Although that's more than a bully. That is a threat of murder.
Yeah.
So there is that too.
That's where I'm not saying it's going to end up coming out justified or even dead even. But it's different than saying, you're a terrible person. I hope your family dies. Or I hope one of your kids gets cancer. That's completely different than saying, I will do it. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, I will stop you from doing it then. If that's what your stance is.
We have okayed the other one. We have okayed the threatening or being okay with your family dying. And chief among these examples is, what's his name? Jay Jones, the now Attorney General in Virginia, who suggested that if he only had 2 bullets and he was faced with the choice of shooting his opponent or Adolf Hitler, he would choose his opponent every time. And then talked about, wanting his opponent's children dead. And they elected him into office after that.
And
they elected him.
Yeah.
So
urinating on their graves.
And urinating on the graves. So this is paving the way for this guy to feel like he is in the right to say such a things because it has talk like that, and those ideas haven't been condemned in the past.
Well, and you're right. And we've talked about the celebration of Charlie Kirk's death. We could talk about the celebration of the murder of the health insurance CEO, the frustration from people on the left that, 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump have failed. They've all been very vocal about, as Mario says on the super text line, that the Democrats have turned into a death cult, whether we're talking about their bloodthirst for abortion or their bloodthirst for the murder of conservatives. And or now the murder of ICE agents. They are perfectly willing to justify anything and everything to get their way. And the reason is because, and as Mario says, or somebody else said on the super text line that's going crazy right now, why didn't they arrest this dude right there? That's what needs to happen. They need to be able to throw this dirtbag on the ground and put him in handcuffs and throw him in back of a squad car and arrest him. And not only arrest him, if he actually did break laws, then you also need to have him suffer very real consequences, including fines and jail time.
You called this a couple weeks after Charlie Kirk's assassination, where they're all of a sudden people like AOC, everyone's coming out. We need to tone down the rhetoric. We need to tone. And you said that's not going to happen. In fact, I think it's going to get worse, and it has. It's just escalated from their side.
That's right.
Where now people are probably not performing at the 250th celebration of the birth of this nation because people are likely sending them death threats as a means of control.
Yep.
Who's the fascist again?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, got to go. 6:45, time to check the roads. WTN. As far as your weather goes, it looks like we've got afternoon storms possible today. High of 84, gradual clearing on Saturday. Sunday, a mix of clouds and sun. Highs both days, 82 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Let's see here, 25-25. Well, Dan, when they threaten a man's family, the man's family has been targeted. Very good point. People on all sides of the debate on this, I do believe that the ICE agents do need to have the ability to throw them down in handcuffs right away when that threat is made, because obviously this is a guy, he sounds insane, and he sounds like he means what he says. And I'm sorry, but with all of the recent assassinations and assassination attempts, and let's not forget the story. I mean, this was months ago now, but remember when that story came out on Democrats and assassination culture, particularly younger progressives like that, where they said, oh yeah, if assassinations like killing an Elon Musk or killing a Donald Trump or killing a healthcare CEO or killing a Charlie Kirk, if it is a means to an end, if killing them will help us with our ultimate goal of destroying America, then yeah, that's what we're going to do. And so
Hassan Piker
is another one. Well, what is his famous quote? I've played it a million times. Let the blood of the Republicans.
The streets run red with the blood of the capitalists.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Hassan Piker.
Whoa.
Under DOJ investigation for sanctions on Cuba.
There you go. All right, let's see. It is 6:48. Let's see here. Everybody's telling us, Dan, communicating a threat is not protected speech. There is no debate on this. See, I agree with that. I mean, obviously, if the guy is making a specific threat, some people are saying it is. See, I don't think it's protected speech. Now, if you are saying something rather generic in nature about a threat, then there's some gray area there, I suppose, but not this.
Those are
very specific threats. Your family, your wife, your children.
They're either fighting words, or I guess in some states it could be called provocation words. Why did you assault him? Well, he said he was going to kill my family. Like, okay, that's not really going to, his defense of, I was just freedom of speech, I was saying what I thought, that's not going to hold up in court when he shows up with 2 black eyes and a broken arm.
0396, I wonder if the death threats the performers received are coming from people in other countries. I don't know if the performers that are backing out of the 250th party is coming from other countries.
I highly. I mean, I understand what they're talking about. There's a lot of foreign interference on social media for stuff, 100%. I don't know if there's some troll in Pakistan trying to get Brett Michaels to drop out of that.
Scott says this. They couldn't arrest him because that would just escalate things and make the violence at that location even worse. And the left knows this. I don't know about that.
No, that's what I was thinking.
Is that what you were thinking?
Local PD's not responding. You've only got the amount of people that are at the facility on the clock at the moment. The second you threw that guy down and put cuffs on him, everyone is going to swarm that situation. And now you're going to have to draw a gun. Inevitably, you're going to have to shoot somebody. So it would have escalated to that point. I definitely believe that. I mean,
see, I often wonder, and it's a good conversation to have. I often wonder if you have to make an example out of somebody.
You would have thought you would have learned a lesson when it came to Renee Good. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You know, it's one thing to protest. It's one thing to speak freely about your opinion. The second you physically interfere with any level of law enforcement, you put yourself in harm's way. You put your family at risk. You did that. Now you're forcing other people to have to make a decision that's going to put, their safety in jeopardy.
So here's then the bazillion dollar. Here's the $250 bill question. Do you think this guy will actually be arrested?
100%.
Do you think he'll actually serve jail time? Or do you think that some liberal judge is going to say, oh, no, this was just, free speech, or this was just, sort of a generic threat, and, let him go?
No.
And then Reid Hoffman will come along and pay his legal
Reid
bills.
Hoffman will come along and pay his attorney fees and all that kind of stuff.
They'll definitely track him down. They're definitely going to charge him.
I think they'll try to charge him, and then he'll get in front of these judges.
Well,
and it'll ultimately turn out they'll give him a slap on the wrist.
I would doubt that for the fact that it's on camera. It's so blatant. It's so obvious. If you look at the letter of the law when it comes to that, Todd Blanche if the judge were to throw this out, that judge is going to be put under judicial review immediately. And it's not retaliatory, but they're probably going to claim that. Because,
well, you talk about judicial review. We've got all of we got to go. But you talk about judicial review. How many of these judges have gone out and they have let people like this go? I mean, we see this happen all the time. We have the Attorney General in Memphis, that's Steve Mulroy, who has been letting bad guys go for years, to the point now where the state is finally stepping in, or is trying to step in. But he got away with that kind of stupidity for a long time. So it's almost like we know what should happen. We know what we want to happen. But do we have the ability in this country to actually get rid of these activist judges? And that's a far bigger conversation. All right, 6:53, time to find out from Joan Jones what is happening with the newscast at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll tell you why a toddler is in the hospital this morning, a North Nashville incident overnight. That story's coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:53, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So does everybody know what day Father's Day is? Joan, do you know what day Father's Day is? Sam, do you know what day Father's Day is? Does everybody know?
It's Father's Day.
Father's Day is going to be Father's Day. It's June 21st. Now, if you need a great father, by the way, you might want to check me on that because it might be the 20th. But either way, it's coming up in mid to later June. So if you need a great gift for Father's Day for your dad, for your husband, maybe it's a brother, whatever, Brentwood Jewelry has great gifts for that special dad in your life. So if you want to get a special gift like a watch, maybe some cufflinks, a tie clip, maybe money clips, Brentwood Jewelry has a great, and I mean a great display, a great selection of all kinds of, again, watches and cufflinks and so forth at great prices. They've got a great selection for every single budget. Now, that is why Brentwood Jewelry has been here in Middle Tennessee for over 50 years, proudly serving the Brentwood community. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Brentwood Jewelry, you know what they say, and it certainly does apply. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com. unfortunate. 6:58, Super Talk 99.7. All right, so our traffic reporter based out of Pennsylvania doesn't have the 40 eastbound. They get so mad, Joan, when I say that, but it's true.
It's true.
I mean, listen, I am but a truth teller here on Nashville's Morning News.
You're passionate about traffic.
And
That's where you got your start.
It is. I was a traffic reporter. My very first job was as a traffic reporter, and so I am very passionate about it. So she did mention 40 eastbound outside of Waverly, Lindenville. So, Joan, give us the deets on that.
Yeah, so this is in Hurricane Mills, 40 eastbound between Linden Waverly, that's exit 143, and Centerville, exit 148. It's a crash. The roadway is shut down. You can't move on 40 eastbound in that spot this morning. It's a diesel fuel spill. A truck that was hauling 15 tons of refrigerator equipment is overturned there, and I can see it on the cameras, and it looks like that's not going to be removed for quite a while this morning. They've got wreckers out there, but it looks like it's going to be there for a little bit. So
these actual can you see these actual refrigerators?
I don't see anything on the roadway, so they've at least cleaned that part up.
Okay,
but the truck is stuck sort of perpendicular in the road.
Oh,
yeah.
So what's the backup like? Is it like really bad?
Oh, it's a monster. Yeah, it's a monster. Let me go back. I can look at the cameras before that.
I was gonna say because they got to clean up diesel, and then if any refrigerant, leaked out into then they got a chemical spill that clean up, and
so there's a point at which you go over the Tennessee River. It's backed up to that point.
Okay, long time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll keep you updated on that traffic accident eastbound 40. We've got a lot more straight ahead. It's coming up on 7 o'clock. Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A toddler is in the hospital after being shot in the chest at a North Nashville apartment complex last night. Here's Channel 4's Braden Ross.
A 2-year-old has been shot and taken to Vanderbilt Hospital with serious injuries. Now, the child was found in this parking lot by someone or with someone that police believe is the child's mother. We know a person was seen fleeing the scene here as well. So that is something that police are still trying to figure out how that person may be involved in all of this.
No arrests so far. Fire crews are still dousing the hot spots of an overnight fire at Columbia Farm Supply. That store on Bear Creek Pike erupted in flames after midnight. Crews say the fire intensified after they arrived on the scene. Now, there were no injuries reported. The cause is under investigation, and fire officials say they expect to be on the scene throughout the day during the investigation. A rocket from Blue Origin exploded on the launch pad last night during a test of its engines. This happened at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The New Glenn rocket was being prepared for a launch to send 48 Amazon satellites into low Earth orbit. Jeff Bezos, of course, owns Blue Origin, and in a post last night, he said all personnel are accounted for and safe. It's too early to know the root cause, but we're already working to find it. A controversial policy for a major airline is being changed.
Southwest Airlines is changing its new seating policy for plus-size passengers just 4 months after it took effect. Plus-size passengers will no longer be required to buy an extra seat in advance after some passengers complained of feeling ostracized for their weight. Southwest says its agents can now offer an additional seat at no extra cost. If space is not available, they'll work to accommodate the passenger on a later flight.
That's ABC's Sophie Flay. Well, you wouldn't call this lady the mom of the year.
The so-called party mom of Los Gatos, California, has been sentenced to 35 years in prison for hosting alcohol-fueled sex parties for young teens in the Silicon Valley suburb. 52-year-old Shannon O'Connor hosted the parties for her son and his friends beginning in 2020. Prosecutors say she bought them alcohol and condoms and encouraged sex acts. Most of them were just 14 and 15 years old.
That's ABC's Hannah Batal. In her defense, that woman said she was just helping the kids to socialize. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got futures all pointing up this morning. The Dow futures plus 137, and a check of oil prices right now. Brent crude is trading at $92 a barrel. And we've got other oil prices at around $87 a barrel. So it's a little less than it was even yesterday. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So we have that trouble spot this morning on 40 eastbound in Hurricane Mills. It is still closed down between Linden, Waverly, and Centerville. That overturned truck there and diesel fuel spill. Out in Buffalo Valley, 40 eastbound, the left lane is blocked off before Center Hill Dam. That's exit 268 by a serious accident there as well. And Neely's Bend, McGavock Pike at Western Hills Drive. You'll find the scene of a crash there as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Shipping through the Strait of
7:06 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you and hope you are doing well. Welcome on into a Friday. It is May 29th of 2026. By the way, don't forget tomorrow is the big day when I'm going to be out at the Glock store. Chris and Matt will be out at the Glock store. Brian Wilson is going to be at the Glock store as well with Cabana wife Wilson. She'll be out selling her cookies. And listen, if you don't want to come for the guns, come for the cookies, because I'm telling you that they are really good. So looking forward to seeing all of you there at the Glock store. Doors open at 9 and the event itself 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I cannot wait. Now, there's a lot going on regarding Iran. We've been talking about this off and on all morning long. CNN and other networks are treating this like there is breaking news. I don't see it as breaking news. Basically, what we're waiting for, if you missed our segment on this in the 5 o'clock hour, what we're basically waiting for is Donald Trump to decide whether he wants to sign this memorandum of understanding. So I want to go through just really quickly, a couple of headlines so that you know really what the very latest is with Iran. There's a story out there that Iran shot down one of our military planes. We are denying it, but CNN has been all over that, of course. They're also reporting, CNN is reporting that Iran is digging up their buried missiles. Now, they're saying this is an indication that we did not destroy their missile program. We deny that that is happening as well. I have no idea. You know, CNN is reporting some of these things. The New York Times is reporting some of these things as well. We did use bunker buster missiles to try to get down to their buried missiles. I'm sure that we have our own intelligence that'll tell us what is going on there. We have also implemented new sanctions on Iran, even as we do continue to negotiate. So now President Trump, and this is what everybody's talking about this morning, President Trump is considering a deal that many have signed off on, apparently. So what is in the deal? There is a lot of reporting. This is from Fox News.
Reportedly would include, quote, unrestricted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. President obviously very focused on that. It's an international waterway. No one can control it, says the president. They also want the United States a pledge from Iran not to pursue nuclear weapons or enriched uranium that would produce them. Also, the lifting of the naval blockade, that comes from Axios. That's what Iran wants. They want that blockade to be gone.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of reporting on this. You've got the Wall Street Journal, you've got Axios, you've got the New York Times, and Fox News, and as usual, you see different elements of this deal, and some media outlets are reporting some elements, other media outlets reporting other elements. But here's what is said to be in this 60-day memorandum of understanding, 60-day extension of the ceasefire. And it's my contention, this really is not a ceasefire. We keep firing back and forth because Iran keeps doing stupid stuff. They want to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, no tolls. And so this is basically international water and no tolls. And Iran, they will not be running or in charge of the Strait of Hormuz, which is something that they want. And part of the discussion as well is, according to the Memorandum of Understanding, Iran will remove the mines that they have placed in said Strait of Hormuz. And I don't know if they know exactly where all of their mines are. There has been reporting earlier that they had no idea where those mines are. So there is that. Reuters is also reporting that the biggest unresolved issues are, and by the way, part of this is, I'm just going to say it, we have conflicting red lines. We have competing red lines. Their red line is our red line. And so this is going to be a problem. By the way, this memorandum of understanding, the 60-day continuation of the ceasefire, you realize this has nothing to do with, enriched uranium. It has nothing to do with the nukes. So it basically has to do with getting us kind of back to square one, which is opening up the Strait of Hormuz. It's almost like, okay, we all agree to go back to square one so that we can negotiate the hard stuff. Now, again, Reuters is reporting the biggest unresolved issues, whether or not Iran can resume any enrichment uranium, what happens to the existing stockpiles of that uranium, sanctions relief. This is going to be a big deal. Donald Trump is not excited about lifting sanctions on Iran, but Iran is saying that they need some of these sanctions lifted. Remember, yesterday we reported on, there's like some, I forget the exact number, maybe Sam, you remember. Yesterday we talked about how there's billions of dollars in frozen assets that we have of Iran's. And they want those assets unfrozen, half of those billions of dollars of assets unfrozen immediately, and then the rest will be gradually released over the next 2 months. So that is not in today's reporting, but that was in the news big time yesterday. Iran, by the way, has also insisted that they be able to continue to enrich uranium. Again, full sanctions removal. So those are not only Iran's red lines, but those are our red lines too. Our red line, Iran, will not have access to any enriched uranium. Iran will not be able to keep any of their enriched uranium or continue to enrich uranium. So that is our red line, and Iran's red line is the exact opposite. So listen, I know that Donald Trump is a great negotiator. We'll have to see ultimately where they land. We're also, by the way, insisting that Iran disavow any attempt to manufacture nuclear weapons. This is J.D. Vance. He was talking about this yesterday.
Well, I think it's hard to say exactly when or if the president's going to sign the MOU. We're going back and forth on a couple of language points. I do think that we've made a lot of progress here. It's very clear that I think the Iranians, they want a deal, and they want to open the Straits of Hormuz. We want them to open the Straits of Hormuz. There are a couple of issues on the nuclear stuff, the highly enriched stockpile, and also the question of enrichment. So, we're going back and forth with them. We do think they're negotiating, at least so far, in good faith, and we're making some progress. Hopefully, we'll continue to make progress. The president will be in a position where he can endorse the agreement, but obviously, that's still TBD.
All right, so that is J.D. Vance, and he says, we're still talking. It's funny, too, because literally what they're talking about is just a continuation of the discussion and a continuation of the ceasefire. Can you imagine how this negotiation is going to go over the next 2 months if Donald Trump approves this memorandum of understanding? So I've been saying this all along. There is no way that this deal is going to be loved or supported by anybody on the right. Like many deals, whether or not you support this deal is going to depend on your politics, your knowledge of the situation in the Middle East. Some of this feels actually comical, to be perfectly honest with you, because, the part where we want Iran to say that they won't try and make nuclear weapons, they've been saying this for decades, that they don't want to make nuclear weapons. But the reality is that they are trying to make nuclear weapons because they've enriched uranium up to 60%. Obviously, you can't trust them. So for us, and this is where some of you may get, angry with me, but for us to say, well, you have to promise us and, pinky promise that you're not going to try to make nuclear weapons. Really? Of course they're going to say that. And then they'll go ahead and they'll enrich their uranium from 60% up to 90% if we allow them to keep that uranium. So it's just, it is insanity. They also want us to allow them to get their oil out of their ports because, of course, as you know, we've been basically preventing them from exporting oil, and it is absolutely crushing their oil infrastructure. So that is also a problem that Iran has. So it seems to me, and I don't know, Joan, if I'm wrong on this, but it seems like this negotiation is basically getting us back to square one of, hey, let's open the strait. Yeah. You remove the mines. You allow us, Iran, to allow us to get this oil moving out of our ports, and then we'll talk. And so the criticism is going to be that we've spent all of this time and all of this money and 13 lives to get us back basically to the beginning and no real progress in stopping Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Am I right on that?
I think so.
I mean, we did a lot of damage. I'm sorry, Joan. Mm-hmm. We did a lot of damage to their infrastructure. We blew a lot of stuff up, and that's really good. We killed a lot of their. I think we're 3 layers in of their Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So we have accomplished a lot, Joan, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Oh, there certainly is. It feels like we're just treading water right now, trying to get through this period. But it does bring everything back around to the uranium, because nothing's going to happen unless they talk about the uranium. And, that's where it's at. That's what has to get solved before anything else can happen. So hopefully President Trump, I just feel like he knows what he's doing. He knows how to negotiate. So,
he does.
Yeah.
Listen, we may not understand the process. We may not understand the thinking, but we also don't know what is going on behind the scenes. By the way, Joan, real quickly, I'm going to need you to do traffic. Sam's got to go do something. So it is coming up on 7:16. Joan, what's happening with the roads?
So I'm looking at the cameras right now on the roadway, and it looks like that spot on 40 eastbound is now reopened, but it's only one lane of traffic that's getting by at this point, and that's eastbound at Linden, Waverly, and Hurricane Mills. That was an overturned truck there, so it looks like they only have one lane available. It's the right lane that's available at the moment. Now, 40 eastbound in Buffalo Valley, that's just before Center Hill Dam. You've got a crash that takes out the right lane as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, very good. As far as your weather goes, we've got afternoon storms, a high of 84 possible. Gradual clearing on Saturday, Sunday, a mix of clouds and sun. Highs both days around 82. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. There was, I thought that Scott Bessent did a pretty good job yesterday, Joan, filling in for Kayleigh McEnany as he was taking questions from the White House press corps, and obviously Iran did come up.
With the Iranian government, we did not have regime change, but we changed the regime. As President Trump said at the cabinet meeting, as we've said other times, the first layer of leadership was eliminated, the second layer, and we're now at the third layer. And the way to think about it is the Iranian government, such as it is three pillars. It is the elected government, it is the IRGC, and it is the clerics. And they are having trouble communicating. So we are being patient. We do not have unlimited patience. President Trump always prefers a peace deal. So everything we have done thus far has been defensive. And at present, that is what we will continue doing. But if President Trump doesn't think he can get a peace deal, then kinetic is back.
I think kinetic means they're going to bomb the living crap out of them. Is that what kinetic means, Joan?
Absolutely.
I mean, somebody just called me stupid on the super text line, which is fine. So just making sure we all understand what kinetic means. It means back to the bombs. We're talking about the president has always prided himself on being a tough negotiator. He obviously wrote the book on it. So there's a lot that is going on with this story that we don't know about. CNN headline is J.D. Vance, U.S. and Iran negotiating over a couple of language points. But again, that is only on this memorandum of understanding as they are talking about continuing the ceasefire for 2 months, opening the Strait of Hormuz, and everybody is able to sort of, you know what I feel like this opening the Strait of Hormuz is and allowing Iran to begin exporting their oil? It feels like everybody's reloading. Does that make sense? Like, I get that we're going to be negotiating. I don't understand how we are going to be able to get over everybody's red lines. Because red line, Iran must have the ability to, enrich their uranium, keep their current uranium. Our red line is you're not allowed to enrich uranium. You're not allowed to keep your uranium. So we've got too many red lines that are just, conflicting. And I don't know how we're going to be able to get through this. There's a lot of clashing of red lines. And so there is a lot still to discuss. Scott Bessent was asked about the sanctions yesterday. This is part of what he had to say.
Has several red lines, and Iran has to turn over their highly enriched uranium. They cannot pursue a nuclear weapon, and the Strait of Hormuz, back to your question on energy, has to free transit. Navigation of the seas has to be free and open as it was before. So he's not going to take a bad deal. He's going to make a great deal for the American people. So, Peter?
Yeah, so that is, again, Scott Bessent. And there's one more audio bite that I'm going to play. Joan, Sam had a great idea. He says that maybe what we need to do is like stick AOC in one of our cannons and shoot her over to Iran.
Okay, no. In all fairness, my idea was let's take our greatest liberal energy scientists that are pro-solar and wind farms, and we'll donate them to Iran so they get their renewable energy without having to enrich uranium.
Sure, maybe that'll work too.
But a stupid bomb could probably wipe them out.
That's exactly right. Here's one more audio bite from Scott Bessent.
It's our understanding that the U.S. has committed to discussing the matter of sanctions relief during this negotiation period. So just to be clear, is sanctions relief for Iran on the table?
Again, it is a multifaceted agreement, and nothing is going to be on the table until we see the Strait of Hormuz open and the Iranians agree that they have to turn over the highly enriched uranium and that they can't have a nuclear program. And to be clear here, that this administration, President Trump, has done something that no other administration is able to do. We have gotten the Iranians to talk about their nuclear program and to perhaps commit to not having one. That has never happened before. It had been off the table. So I think when you look at the results of the kinetic action of our economic pressure, it has worked to bring them to the table and have a discussion on this.
There you go. It is the blondes. Joan, I'm surprised you didn't call me out. I said Kayleigh McEnany again, and it's Caroline Leavitt. Why am I doing that all of a sudden?
I just don't know.
I don't know
the
either.
K sound. It's the K
clearly
sound.
it's Caroline Leavitt.
That's like Joan and Jane. You see, you have an issue.
And Joan Shingang, I'm going to pronounce it right, Shanga
Kawawa. Whatever. All right, it is a 7:23. Caroline Leavitt, and you know what? I'm going to be really glad when Caroline Leavitt comes back, because then maybe I'll stop saying that it's the other one, whose name I can't remember. You know what I need to do? All I'm going to do from now on, Joan, I'm just going to say the White House press secretary, the blonde one, and leave it at that.
There you go.
I think that would work for everybody, won't it?
The two previous really bad ones had red and brown hair, so you're safe.
Do you know what? It was a lot easier when it was Sean Spicer.
Is it because he's a male, you sexist thing, you?
Of course it is, Joan. Of course it is.
I knew it.
All right,
I knew it.
7:24, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All of that to say, 7 audio bites, an entire segment, all of that to say we still have not heard from Donald Trump on the Memorandum of Understanding. And again, they're saying, hey, a deal is close. It's not the deal on the nukes or the enriched uranium or the sanctions. It's only a conversation about having a conversation for the next at least couple of months. 7:24, and Joan has the news at 7:30. Joan.
Well, she has been fired, but Pam Bondi is back on Capitol Hill today. We'll tell you why coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, Dan Mandis for my friends at the Covered Patio. Warmer weather means you want to spend more time outside. The Covered Patio can make that happen. If you want to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio. They've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. So your back screened-in porch becomes a lot more enjoyable. And they've got a ton of outdoor living options at the Covered Patio. Motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget. The Covered Patio is dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and your specific space. So enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Reach out to them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-695-2407, 615-695-2407. Online anytime, thecoveredpatio.com, thecoveredpatio.com.
Good morning. It's 7:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories and happening on Capitol Hill today. Former Attorney General Pam Bondi is taking part in a transcribed interview with the House Oversight Committee. Now, this is taking place behind closed doors. It's all part of the years-long Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Bondi has revealed this week that shortly after being fired by President Trump, she was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. She's had surgery and is now being treated. The band director at White House High High School is out of a job and charged with sexual contact with a 16-year-old student.
Dalton Hawkins was charged with statutory rape by an authority figure. Police saw Hawkins admitted to kissing the student at a fast food restaurant and then had inappropriate sexual contact with her inside the school.
That's Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. He could spend at least 8 years behind bars if convicted. A Nashville mother arrested for SNAP benefits fraud. Police say Shannon Anderson has been charged with using the SNAP benefits for her daughter. But the daughter's been missing for 9 years. Shannon's aunt, speaking to WSMV4, said Shannon and the father of the child are both drug addicts.
I'm not attacking Shannon because I know she's in active addiction. She desperately needs help. Maybe this jail stay will help her.
She also tells WSMV4 she was surprised to learn that Social Security numbers of missing persons aren't tracked. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Things are cleared up on 40 eastbound in the Hurricane Valley area this morning, but on 40 eastbound in Buffalo Valley, you've got a crash in the right shoulder before Center Hill Dam. It's also pretty slow this morning as you're heading up 24, the westbound lanes, but not quite as busy as it normally is. Looks like it's Friday afternoon, or I'm sorry, Friday morning in the summertime. Traveling in this morning on 65 from the north looks okay, except through the Goodlettsville area. Traveling in on 24 in the eastbound lanes, things slow down around the Jolton area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:35, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. John Henry is running for the 6th Congressional District, a Republican primary, of course. The campaign does continue. He joins us in studio. John, always great to have you in. And how's the campaign going?
Thanks for having me, Dan. I'm truly grateful. As you know, with the redistricting, it just got a lot busier, to say the least.
It did. So a couple of things. First of all, the 6th Congressional District is open because John Rose is running for governor. So it has been redrawn, and the new district goes everywhere from basically the Kentucky border south into parts of North Nashville, Sumner County, Wilson County, of course, with Mount Juliet and parts of Lebanon as well. A ton of rural communities, too. So talk about how you are trying to reach the folks in Nashville who are no doubt irritated with the state legislature. And from our discussion during the news, some folks in Sumner County aren't happy either.
Yes, sir. Sumner County was just a huge part of our 6th district, and we knew that. So our whole time, our strategy has been to make sure we make a dent in Sumner County. Well, we lost Sumner County with the redistricting, and now we have all of Wilson County. So from Lebanon all the way to Mount Juliet, that's the 6th district. So we have to shift our strategy a bit now and make sure that we're in Wilson County quite a bit. But to your point about the rural counties, I lost the 2 counties that are right beside where I live. I mean, we do feed and co-op for our cattle there in Macon and Trousdale County, and doggone if it wasn't drawn out of the 6th district. And now we have Morgan County, parts of Campbell County, and all of Scott County, which are all the way out in the east, another time zone, Dan. So
yeah.
It's quite the work. We're willing to do the work, but we have to get out there and reach those folks, to say the least.
Yeah, and it's going to be very difficult. And for somebody like you, of course, you are a military veteran, a farmer as well. So you've got a lot of areas, in my opinion, of expertise. One of the things, you served over 2 decades in Desert Storm and Iraq and Afghanistan. So, I want to touch on the war with Iran and the negotiations and everything. We do have the ongoing negotiations. I just talked about that. What are your thoughts on everything that's been going on?
Well, it's a very good question. Thank you for asking that, Dan. As a military, 27 years in the Marine Corps, serving across 3 wars, I have to use Desert Storm as the prime example. I mean, we were steaming toward the Gulf in 1990, in August of 1990, and less than a year later in April, we were coming back. That was a war that happened. We did accomplish the objectives and left. We want that to happen in Iran. We can't have a long, drawn-out war. We have to have the strategy down. We have to have an exit plan that meets the needs that helps America, number one, and go from there. So I'm really looking at that template of Desert Storm. Hit them hard, do the job, and get out, not Iraq or Afghanistan.
Clearly, we can't trust Iran. Like, we can negotiate whatever we want with them, but there has got to be an element of don't trust and verify.
Yes, sir, and we see that. I've served in those 3rd world countries a number of times, overseas, in combat, and in peacetime. Everyone knows they can't be trusted. Any deals that are made, you can expect to be broken. They will do whatever it takes. They'll sacrifice as many people as they have to meet their objectives. So it's a matter of wills at this time.
Yeah, and one of the big problems that Donald Trump is going to have is whatever the deal is, people aren't going to be happy. That's also a big part of the problem.
Yes, sir. And we know that there are nuclear facilities. Anything to do with nuclear, that has to be part of the... And that's another reason I'm running, is because of my military experience. I've got to get in there. I've got to have the knowledge and the expertise behind it to be able to help make these decisions. And I think that intel that they have right now would really help us make solid decisions and inform the people of where we're at and where we're going with Iran, because they can't be trusted.
No. One of the things that you've spoken about, and I, of course, have spoken about it during the radio show, the weaponization of government. We've all talked about the January 6ers and Biden's DOJ going after President Trump and school board protesters as well. The IRS has been going after conservative groups as well. So do you support the idea that has been put forward here in the last couple of weeks of a grant of $1.88 billion where if you've been mistreated or targeted by the government and your life has been impacted, you have a recourse to be compensated for that? Do you support that thought?
Thank you for asking, Dan. Well, as a matter of fact, this campaign is really honed in on that. General Flynn, who's part of a 35-year military officer in intel, was part of the first Trump administration. And the Obama administration came after him in lawfare. And for 10 years, he fought to make sure he cleared his name. And finally, 2 months ago, he did that. And he actually has dug into everything, Henry for Congress webpage, our Facebook, and he's actually endorsed us. I completely agree that he should be reimbursed for the things that have happened to him over the 10 years and his family. That was pretty I think bad. Anytime you see government lawfare, that really never sits well with Americans. We understand that. As far as the others, if the government has caused problems in a person's family, it goes both sides of the aisle. We know that there's groups that were in J6 that were wrongly accused, held in cells, prisons. I've met a number of them in different counties where they spoke. The J6ers, they were done wrong, held. We're talking about Afghanistan, Iraq veterans.
Yeah.
who were put in jail for 4 years. I just think that's another level of lawfare. If they were mistreated and it comes through the courts, we believe in the law and in everything that we do. And if the law truly believes that they should be compensated, I agree with that.
Well, I mean, we already know that some of them had to be released because they were overcharged. And I've interviewed a number of them over the years. And these folks, by and large, they're incredible patriots. They've been through a lot. They did, spend time in a godforsaken jail with the rats and the mistreatment and everything else. So, I've enjoyed interviewing them because they have such an incredible perspective. So, I mean, with all that to say, if you were to win this election and that actually came in front of Congress, you would vote for it if you were representing the 6th.
I would need to support those that have been mistreated at the J6, absolutely.
President Trump went to China, and part of that storyline was that the president seemed to defend allowing China to buy farmland here in America. Very controversial and kind of flip-flopped because previous he had said that he would never want China to be allowed to buy farmland here in America. Then he goes to China, Xi Jinping, and basically he said, yeah, you know what, if we stop allowing China to buy farmland in America, then the cost of farmland is going to skyrocket, as part of what the president said. You are a Tennessee farmer. You grew up on a farm. You're going to, if you win this campaign, you're going to be representing a lot of these rural communities that really feel passionately about this. And I will tell you, I don't like China owning any farmland. And we do have laws, by the way, here in Tennessee banning this. But generally speaking, what do you think of the president and his thoughts on China and defending China's ability to buy farmland here in America?
Dan, as a true representative of the 16 counties that I represent here in the 6th District, I have farmers talk to me, and I'll be talking to them today. I'll be going with a good friend out to Fentress County, all the way out to one side of our district, and that's the number one thing they'll talk about is farmland bought by China. Of course, we can't buy any land at all in China. I believe what President Trump said, everything should be reciprocal. If you're going to do that to us, then we should be able to do that to you. I think all farmland in America that's owned by China should be brought back, and China should not own one single acre of farmland. We found out that actually China does not own land around bases, which was a big topic there for a while, but they do own over 360,000 acres of farmland in America. That should not be. I think that should all be purchased back, or however we want to make that happen, but China should not own any farmland. We know what happened in the early 2010s when they bought Smithfield Farms. That's one of the largest pork industries in America, and they shipped hogs over to China just for genetic reasons, and now they're raising American hogs in China. We believe, as a defensive mindset here, is that sooner or later they want to sell proteins or meats back to America. So that's one of our main concerns. We should produce all of our meats that we need in America inside of our borders. And so while there may not be a complete alignment with President Trump, I do take up all the considerations that the farmers bring forward, and that's one of the biggest ones. China owning any farmland in America is definitely a serious concern among our farmers, and I want to address that.
745, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. John Henry is running for the newly redrawn 6th Congressional District. More coming up next. It's time to check the roads on WTN. All right, so Sam or Joan, can we talk about 40 eastbound Waverly Linden? Is that still going on?
No, that's been cleared up.
Okay, good.
Things are looking good there. So there was only one lane available to traffic moving through that area previously, but it looks like things have started to, the delay is at least cleared out for now. So things are running again smoothly.
All right. Thank you, Joan. It is 7:45, Super Talk 99.7. John Henry joining us. Okay, so sticking with the farmers, Donald Trump, one of the things that he did do was when he went to China, he apparently was able to come up with a deal with Xi Jinping to be able to have more, I think it was soybeans that was sent over to, that will be sent over to China. So that at least the Tennessee farmers got something out of that deal.
We hope they did. They've said that the last couple of years. We're going to make sure that we follow that data just because they say it. Again, just like maybe Iran sometimes, China cannot be trusted. So I'll be talking with farmers and find out if those contracts actually went through. As someone who's raised on a farm, we raised tobacco, feeder pigs, the whole gamut when I was a young kid. We'd come back to that farm. that data needs to match exactly what they say. And I think it needs to go higher than that. And that's why when we get in Congress, we'll be working with other countries to find out what other contracts we can get with other countries so that more of our row crops can be sent overseas.
Yeah, it does seem like, and with China, you've got the fentanyl ingredients that come over into Mexico, then it's smuggled across our southern border. But you see all of these proclamations about, hey, we agreed to this, we agreed to that, but then it never happens and it never comes to fruition. So I think that's great. When you talk to the farmers in the more rural communities, do you feel like you're simpatico with them, kind of knowing what they go through?
I do. We have about a 30 cow-calf operation right now. I'm like the typical farmer in Tennessee. You sometimes can't make ends meet by just farming, so I work a full-time job as well. And so we keep our close eye on the cattle market. We know right now that 4 major processors and packers are monopolizing our meat industry. That's one of our main things. You'll go to our website, Henry for Congress, you'll see that's one of the things we'll battle when we get to U.S. Congress, is doing our best to demonopolize those packers and processors here in America and bring that food security, that protein, meat security back to local areas.
We just had somewhere between 6 and 9 people picked up by ICE in McMinnville. You've been strong on the border. You were very pro-law enforcement. We talked about that in our previous interviews.
Yes, sir.
Have you been satisfied with the president's attempts at mass deportation?
It needs to continue. I'm not sure if it's going at the pace we would like. We believe that anyone that's in this country illegal, it's a law. And just like I mentioned before, our campaign's all about law and order. We know right now that they're doing their best to deport as many people as possible. We know that a lot of lawyers are standing in our way because they're always doing the asylum thing. Everybody's coming here for asylum, and we know that's not true. We've seen articles as our research. Our campaign does a lot of research. We found that almost 60% of those illegal immigrants are drawing some type of welfare or something. That's what we're paying for.
Yep.
And Dan, as you know, if it's over 10 million people that came here during the Biden administration, that's a lot of money that's coming out of the American taxpayer's pocket, and we're very concerned about that.
All right, so in our remaining moments, give me your top, 3 or 4 issues that you're talking about on the campaign trail and that you're most passionate about.
Yes, sir. The 3 things we talk about, and again, you'll see it on our website, Henry for Congress, is we believe in food security. Again, our proteins, our meat should come back to the local area and be secure in our local area. We believe truly that we can bring something back to rural America. I go to all these 16 rural counties, and NAFTA, when it was passed by those people we elected back in the 90s, it has offshored so much. We believe we can onshore some of those jobs back to rural America. Now, we don't want to make Morgan County a Nashville by any means, but can we give Morgan County something back? Can we bring some of those factories back from overseas? And the third thing we talk about, Dan, is very important for us, is education. We have to have a military that's ready for the 21st and 22nd century. So our children need to be educated the best way as possible. We need to revamp our curriculum from kindergarten to 12th grade, and I want to work to make that happen. Now, we know that education is coming from the federal back to the state level. We want to monitor that. As someone who is blessed to receive my PhD last year from the Christian College over at Johnson University in Knoxville, I want to use my education to help make that happen, and I think we can.
What would you do? Is there anything, I know this is, you're running for Congress, but from the state of Tennessee, have you been happy with the education freedom scholarships? Were you for that? What did you think of that? There's a lot of pushback amongst conservative circles on that, but a lot of other conservatives liked it. So there really was a disagreement amongst Republicans in this state as to whether or not Governor Lee's idea was a good one.
Well, I wasn't for vouchers. I wasn't for vouchers at the very beginning. I believe that the government needs to stay out of our education. I'm a freedom of choice when it comes to education, homeschool, private school, public school. 95% of our children go through public schools, Dan. We have to be very clear what our children are being taught. And I think COVID revealed there's a lot of things our children are being taught that we need to hyper focus on. And so we're doing that research in our campaign, make sure we stay ahead of those issues.
All right, give folks your 60-second elevator pitch as we wrap this up.
All right. I try to make the 6th District campaign and your choice very easy. I'm a country boy from Middle Tennessee, born and raised in a town now that has 540 people. I'm your small town candidate. I went off, served my entire adult life in the United States Marine Corps, married my high school sweetheart, have 2 children, 2 grandchildren, so I got something to fight for. I believe that our industry needs to come back to rural Tennessee. I want to make that happen. I truly believe in the security of our borders, and we need to make sure that they're strong. I believe in the Second Amendment rights. We have to do something to secure and stop them chipping away at our Second Amendment rights. And I believe most of all that this campaign, it's a true grassroots campaign, and we've run it exactly like most Tennesseans will run a campaign. No special interest money. Make sure that God is forefront of everything that we do. We must rely on our Jesus Christ to help save this country right now where we're at. And I'm ready to get in the fight, make that happen, have the moral standards and the leadership. I was taught leadership. Look at the other candidates. What leadership do they have? I was made to lead. I was born to lead, and I was developed to lead, and that's what I'll do in the 6th District.
Well, you went about 45 seconds long on your 60-second pitch, but definitely worth it. Love what you have to say, John Henry. Is it henryforcongress.com?
It is, Henry for Congress. Follow us on Facebook. Make sure you grab a towel because you'll be tired following us. We're fast and furious.
Awesome. Very good. Well, again, good luck in the campaign. It is 7:53. Joan's got the news at 8 o'clock. Joan, what do we got coming up?
A soft-on-crime judge is now accused of ignoring residents. Turns out those residents were right. That's coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, Mark Spain Real Estate. Avoid the headaches of a traditional home sale and move on your timeline with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You know, selling your home can be overwhelming. That is why who you work with matters. Now, my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, they can help you sell your home hassle-free without the stress of putting your home on the market. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate has been in the business for 30 years, and they know what matters most to their clients, a quick sale and maximum profit. Now, one of their satisfied clients, Chris, said selling our 16-year-old home through Mark Spain Real Estate, it was quick thanks to the guaranteed offer. We avoided the stress of showings and constant cleanings and negotiations as well. Mark Spain's guaranteed offer was beyond what we were hoping for, and you could be next. Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in the U.S. with over 13,000 five-star reviews. Trust them to sell your home fast and for top dollar. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home today. There's no obligation. Call them at 855-299-SOLD or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. $7:54, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, lifelong dog owner. I have seen all kinds of behaviors, some bad with my animals over the years, and I bet that you have too. So, friends, if you've got a dog that does need some behavior training, my buddy Jeff and his crew at Ridgeside K9 Nashville, they can help you. I do call these folks the dog whisperers. They've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues, and they can help you as well. Aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience. They can help you help your precious pup with just about anything. But what I really love about Ridgeside K9 Nashville, they believe that you, owner education, is just as important as dog training in getting your dog on the right track. And long-term success with your dog begins with you. At Ridgeside K9 Nashville, they've got a lifetime support guarantee. They are there for you 24/7. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-878-0380, 615-878-0380, rsk9nash.com, the letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. Ridgeside K9 Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life. 7:58, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so Stefano DiPietro, Joan, is going to be joining us here in just a few moments. It'll be a phone interview.
Yep.
And one of the big things that I wanted to ask was what the weather is going to be like in Florida in 2 weeks when I'm on my vacation.
I don't know if he's going to be able to tell you that.
Listen, if he's as good as I believe that he is, he'll be able to answer that question.
Oh, did you tell him to get his magic ball so he can, look and...
No, I just assume that he has all that knowledge in his head.
Yeah, okay.
You know? In all seriousness, what I want to know is, okay, so with all of this rain, is the drought here in Tennessee, is it over? Yeah. And I don't know if it is or not. So that's what I want to talk to.
I want to know about the tornado season, which I think is coming to an end or has come to an end. I want to know about that.
I think we're just getting started.
Should I mess with him and say, hey, is there any truth to the impact of global warming has been fewer tornadoes?
I think you should.
Should I ask him that? I don't know if he would get the joke. Or maybe it's not a joke. Maybe there's a reason. Okay, why are we seeing less tornadoes? I'm not going to ask him that. Anyway, well, I'll ask him why we're getting less tornadoes or why it's been a lighter tornado season than usual. I thought
March, April, and May are the months where the most tornadoes have touched down in Tennessee.
I always thought that in Tennessee it's always tornado season. That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll talk to him about that. All right, I've got a couple of questions prepared. It won't be a train wreck.
And also, I talked to him. We can talk hockey with him.
Well, good. That makes one of us. So if you'd like to ask him about
his scoring drought being over, sure.
Okay, we got to go. 8 o'clock WTN.
O'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And Metro Nashville police are searching for a second suspect in a double murder that occurred at Percy Priest Lake in April of last year.
23-year-old Jose Miguel Guardado Aguilera is wanted after two women from Alabama were found dead with multiple gunshot wounds between La Jolla Bay Apartments and Percy Priest Lake.
That's Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. Now, this guy has ties to Alabama. He's also a known member of the MS-13 gang. It's not clear if he's in the country illegally. Firefighters continuing their search of the rubble of a destroyed apartment complex outside of Dallas after a reported explosion and fire sent the residents there running for their lives.
Oh, there's nothing. It's gone. It's gone.
3 people, including a child, have been found deceased in the debris. First responders warn that more victims could be likely. Dallas Fire and Rescue say that it had been responding to a call regarding a gas leak at that complex. Bizarre story out of a very rural area of Hawaii, where a man suspected of killing 3 elderly men has been arrested. CNN reporter Gene Cesares says that before the killings, the wife of one of the men went to police seeking a temporary restraining order for the suspect, saying that guy threatened them, stole things from their farm, and attempted to squat on their land.
Another woman who was a guest on the farm, she separately goes to the courthouse, asks for a temporary restraining order, saying he's threatening to kill us. People are leaving the farm because they believe that he's dangerous. TRO, temporary restraining order, denied. Judge said no probable cause that anything or any harassment has occurred to you.
The suspect, Jacob Baker, was found hiding in a cave. Police say they don't know yet the motive behind the murders. And T-Mobile fiber customers in several states still having trouble getting online today. An outage has now stretched into a second day. The disruption reported early yesterday in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia. Customers have taken to social media to complain about a lack of transparency. They say T-Mobile said service had been restored yesterday, but some of them are still offline. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Pre-market numbers here looking pretty healthy. The Dow Industrials futures are plus 119, NASDAQ futures up 38. The S&P futures are up 9. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, got to watch yourself at the downtown split this morning on I-40 westbound. The off-ramp to westbound I-24, there's a stalled vehicle there in the off-ramp. Right shoulder is blocked off by it. Out at Vandy, you've got a crash at 21st Avenue South and Wedgwood Avenue in Orlinda, Tennessee. Watch it on Highway 49, the eastbound side past Church Street. They're doing sinkhole repair there. And in Waverly, the stalled out car has been cleared off of I-40 eastbound before Cuba Landing. That was a tractor trailer that had stalled out and caused a big backup there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Uh...
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. And we got a friend of ours on the phone, Stefano DiPietro, weather guy over there. I was going to call you a weather stud, Stefano, and I just realized immediately I shouldn't do that. So then, of course, what I do is I go ahead and do it anyway. Stefano, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
You always leave it to me to make it awkward. that's how I roll. Anyway, so
What'd
Stefano...
you do?
Yeah, great to have you on. So I want to talk about the drought because Tennessee, of course, is in a drought, was in a drought. We've had all of this rain over the past, week or so. Torrential downpours, as a matter of fact. We all know what happened in Franklin and Williamson County here in the last week or so with those graduations. Oh, boy. So let's talk about the drought. Is it over? Is it not?
Not technically over, but we've made some really, really good improvements. I mean, we needed about 14 inches of rain in total to get rid of it completely, and some areas did get over 6 inches, so that put a really good dent in it at least.
Talk about droughts. Like, do you have different areas of the state that are in different stages of drought?
Yes, absolutely. So there are areas that are in northern Middle Tennessee that are in much more of a severe drought, and then areas like, Davidson, Williamson County, Sumner County, they've dropped down to a moderate drought. And there's still some spots way to the north and way out in East Tennessee that are still in an extreme drought too. So there's different variations of it, and it just really has to depend on, how much rain you receive versus how much you've been lacking. There's a whole thing there about it.
So at what point should people not feel guilty about watering their lawn?
Well, now that we've dropped the drought quite a bit in some areas, there's not as much of a, it's not really a water crisis, but if you want to water your lawns, occasionally you can still do that. We're not in the worst drought ever, but we get a little bit more rain here in the next couple of weeks. The drought should be able to completely get out of a lot of these areas. The spots that are in moderate drought, like we are in Davidson and Williamson County, it's not going to take that much more rain to kill the drought completely.
How about Wilson County? That's where I live. Mount Juliet, North Mount Juliet.
Oh, yeah.
My front yard.
Too.
I've got brown spots, Stefano. I need
still
help.
Still a moderate drought. You can water your grass, your plants. You can water them just briefly in the morning. Do it in the morning. It's the best time to do it. And that's fine. Your grass, your plants, especially your grass, only needs about 1 inch of rain per week in total. So, if you do that a couple times a week, 2-3 times a week, 15, 20 minutes every morning or every other morning, you should be okay.
All right, very good. Joan's got a question.
I do. So, Stefano, I'm looking at the stats from the National Weather Service, and they're saying that so far this year, and am I right to say that the tornado season is just about ending or has ended?
The worst part of the severe weather season, yes, it normally tends to be April and May for us. Once we get into summer, we notoriously historically see our severe weather season start to back off.
Okay, so the tornado numbers this year look pretty good. As of May 24th, they say there has been 4 tornadoes in the middle Tennessee area. Last year at this time, it was 28. The year before that, it was 15. The year before that, 21. So it looks like we really haven't seen that many tornadoes this year. Is it right?
Yeah, it's been an extremely, knock on wood, quiet severe weather season for us. across most of the state, actually. I mean, a lot of the severe weather has been pushed into the Midwest. It's been in Indiana, it's been in Illinois, it's been back in parts of Arkansas. I mean, you go a little farther to parts of Kansas into the Great Plains. They've got a lot of severe weather, but we've just missed out on most of it here.
Is that climate change, Stefano? Is that like an impact of climate change? Fewer tornadoes?
No, it's not. It's not really that. It's just how part of it was the drought this year. How could we see any severe weather? We didn't really get any rain to even get that. So part of it just had to do with the atmospheric setup and the jet stream, which tends to bring all of our severe weather in from the west. That was mostly to our north because we just weren't getting any rain out of that. So it's not really climate change. It's just it's almost like a luck of the draw kind of year for us. We just happen to miss out on everything. But if you,
we hope that
like
luck
Joan said, you go back
continues.
2 years and it was rough.
Yeah.
So is there a way to forecast? Because, I mean, I always thought that basically any month of the year here in Tennessee is tornado season. I mean, just because it seems like I've been here 12 years, and it seems like we always are under some sort of a tornado watch or a warning. And I think we've gotten tornadoes out of all the months, like every month we've got, not every month I've been here, but all year round I've seen us get tornadoes is what I'm trying to say. So
yeah,
heading now towards, into summertime and then wintertime, is there a way to prognosticate how we're going to do with tornadoes moving forward into the summer and the rest of the year?
Well, typically, because in the summer you don't have as much, in the springtime when you're in the middle of a season transition, you're still fighting a lot of cold air from the winter, trying to fight the warm air that's coming in from the Gulf. When those two air masses kind of clash together, that's the more volatile reason for severe weather, because you have such a drastic difference in air temperature. In the summer, since things, just really tend to be hot, and our cold fronts that come in take us from the 90s to the 80s, there's just not as much potency for severe weather in the summer. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. We've seen tornadoes June, July, August.
Yep.
And there's no way to say for sure, like, okay, it's going to be a quiet severe weather season for the summer. But there are signs and trends we can track that says, hey, it looks like it's not going to be a very active season for us. And it looks like this summer, while it might be wet, might not be the most active for severe weather.
Well, that's going to be one of my next questions, and I think it's my last question, and unless Joan has anything. But how wet are we looking for, the rest of spring into summertime? Is it looking like it's going to be a lot of rain or a drier summer?
So, have you heard of this super El Nino yet?
Yeah.
Have you heard the rumblings of it? Okay, so that's just one part of a forecast that you look at for long range. So the Pacific Ocean, central waters, very warm. For us, that would usually mean we get a drier summer and a drier winter for us if it holds on through the winter. So it would mean that the summer looks relatively dry. In the short term, though, it kind of looks like the next couple of weeks after we get some dry time, we should go back to a little bit of a wetter weather pattern. So, I mean, I can tell you all that I want right now that July and August look like they're going to be dry. That could change by next month. So right now, if El Nino ends up winning out, it would be a drier summer for us. We'll kind of see how things trend in the coming weeks here.
Last question for me. So we've been trolling your social media, Stefano. We had no idea that you were apparently a hockey player, and I would have to ask this question. Are you worried because you're on television that you're going to lose your teeth?
I have a full cage on
You
my
have
helmet,
a cage.
So,
okay.
so
Smart
I'm okay.
man.
I'm not that concerned about it.
You any good at hockey?
I'd like to think so. I think I'm okay. I didn't play for 5 years, and then I just got back to playing in the last couple of months. And I'll tell you, after my first game back, after not skating for 5 years, my wife was at the game with me, and I came out of the locker room afterwards, and I said, I cannot walk right now. I physically cannot walk. My legs hurt so much.
Those ice skates can really hurt, yeah.
Stefano, there does come a time in every man's life where you just have to accept the fact that, I don't know, maybe hockey isn't the healthiest thing to do. How old are you?
33. Now,
So,
we have guys on our team. We have guys on our team that are 60, 50 and 60.
There's a guy in Canada who's playing in his local league who's like 93.
See, that's pretty cool.
I saw that.
Yeah, we're all kidding. I'm actually envious that you can, even at the young age of 33, because I'm 58, so that's pretty young to me. Love that you're going out there and you're playing hockey, and I think that is so cool. I would like to be able to play softball like once a week, but I try to do that. And
Dan just plays cards at the kitchen table. That's safer.
There you go.
Typically solitaire.
Yeah, it's. Nobody wants to play cards with me. I cheat. All right, Stefano, is there anything else we're supposed to be talking about now, or is that pretty much it?
I think we're good. We have the races at the Nashville Super Speedway this weekend. We're just going to have to kind of work around some of that rain, but I think we'll be okay for the most part.
All right, Stefano, as always, appreciate your tolerance and patience with us knuckleheads on the radio, and we'll have you on again soon.
All right, thank you, guys. Good talking to you.
All right, see you.
See ya.
You think he means that? Good
Of course
talking
he
to you?
means that. He loves
He
it.
What did I
come
call
back
him?
on.
Did I call him like a weather dude?
You said weather boy.
Weather boy. No, I didn't say
You
weather
said
boy.
weather boy?
I did not say weather boy.
Did you say
Now
weather
that's
man?
embarrassing.
No, I didn't say weather man. I said something weather.
Weather guy.
Weather guy. That's what I said. I said weather. I was going to call him
Might as well have
Jones.
said weather boy.
I didn't say weather boy.
You said I'm saying might as well have if you're going to say weather guy. If you just
See,
Joe
here,
Schmo.
so this is my mind, Joan. This is what happens. So I was going to call him weather stud, and then I realized that sounded incredibly inappropriate. So I come up with weather guy, which just sounds dumb.
I'm just happy
is
that
wrong
you
with
remember what his name is, because it'd be embarrassing if you meant to say Stefano and you said Steven or something like that.
No,
Dan only remembers cool names.
Yeah.
If your name is Plain Joan.
Plain Joan.
Yeah.
Right.
Plain Joan. That's all right. We actually have a surprise for Joan coming up at 8:35.
We do?
We sure do.
Uh-oh. You're frightening me.
Hey, have you guys heard the latest commercial? I got video here. The latest commercial from Ken Paxton going after TalaFREAKO in Texas. I need some video here. So this is
funny.
it. Oh, my goodness gracious. This is so funny. Listen to this.
This is Texas. This is not.
There are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6.
This is Texas.
And by the way, it's a visual. You've got a lot of really Texas-y looking people. Now, what do I mean when I say
Like
Texas-y?
farmers.
You got farmers. You got big burly guys with big burly beards and clearly packing, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got pretty women with the cowboy hat and all that kind of stuff.
Who are obviously also clearly packing because it's Texas.
Yes.
This is Texas. This is not.
There are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6.
This is Texas. This is not.
The American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us.
This is Texas. This is not.
They're going to call me a radical leftist.
Yep.
This is Texas. This is not.
Something that you love that's not family or friends.
I love, and I'm just saying this because it's on my mind, the trans children.
This is Texas. This is not.
Our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front.
This is Texas. This is not.
It is now existential that we try to reduce our meat consumption. I am proud to say that our campaign has officially become a non-meat campaign.
This is Texas. This is not.
Low T, too low T for Texas. Radical TalaFREAKO is what they say. I mean,
That's such a perfect commercial.
There's so many points that you can attack TalaFREAKO on.
Yeah.
And there's audio out there of him saying basically, and I don't have time to get to it now, but there is audio of him saying, well, they're going to come after me. They're going to call me a leftist. And you're going to think, well, it's because you are.
Yeah. And that commercial just proves it right there. It's unbelievable.
Well, I love when they say, this is Texas, and they've got some dude cutting some steak, and then it's cuts to him saying, this is a meat-free campaign or whatever it is. I mean, there's just so many different things to say about TalaFREAKO. And by the way, the attack ads are working because apparently, according to the very latest polling, TalaFREAKO is losing ground big time. And the reason why is because people are now really starting to pay attention as to how crazy this guy is.
Well, and people moved from California to Texas to get away from lunatics like that. Buddy, if that's how you want to campaign and those are the things you want to run on and the hills you would like to die on, go do it where people actually care about that. You're talking to a minority population in Texas when you talk about having reduced meat consumption and caring about alternative energies. No, Texas cares about oil, meat, and guns in no particular order.
And he crapped all over all of those things regarding Texas. It's like, dude, go run for Congress in California.
And that's all separate of the fact that whatever you are calling Christianity as some wacky, manipulated, perverted, twisted version of it where you're draping the trans flag on the cross. Freaks.
Yeah. You know what? People are freaking out on the Republican side because they believe that TalaFREAKO actually has a chance in this race. I don't know if TalaFREAKO has a chance or not, because to your point, Sam, you have a lot of people in Texas who are looking at this guy for the first time and realizing how incredibly woke is one word to use. Bizarre would be my word. Like, I understand that for a lot of people, they're one and the same. There's some woke stuff or whatever, you sort of shake your head. But what TalaFREAKO is saying, some of the things that he's saying and have said is genuinely, truly bizarro world. And so I find it fascinating. We had Stephen Miller was on with Jesse Waters last night, absolutely roasting TalaFREAKO.
Bold. One could even say brave, courageous, that the Democratic Party would choose Texas, of all places, to nominate their first transgender Senate candidate who's clearly transitioning into a female. You know, when TalaFREAKO goes in for a blood test, when he gets a physical, blood doesn't come out. Instead, soy milk comes out. This man has less testosterone than Jasmine Crockett. It is a mind-boggling choice. They would choose a person to run for that office who looks like he doesn't belong in the Senate but in a cabaret show. Look, at the end of the day, I have a hard time believing that the people of Texas, some of the toughest, roughest, strongest men and women, the pioneer heritage, the frontier history, from the Mexican-American War through the Alamo and everything else, are going to choose somebody with that much soy to be a U.S. senator compared to a real conservative, patriotic, God-fearing, and truly beloved statewide figure in Ken Paxton.
So there you go. And by the way, some people are blasting Stephen Miller, saying that Ken Paxton is a truly cherished or beloved or whatever he said in the state of Texas. Ken Paxton is loved in Texas amongst Donald Trump, patriots, people that see that what happened to Ken Paxton from a political standpoint, I'm putting the affairs aside for a moment, but when you look at what happened to him in the state House of Representatives, where they impeached him, a lot of people are comparing how Paxton was impeached to the treatment of Donald Trump and how Donald Trump was treated by Republicans and obviously by Democrats as well. The Senate in the state of Texas saved Paxton from getting impeached. But, he is loved. Paxton is loved by Donald Trump supporting conservatives in the state of Texas. Your rhinos, not so much. They don't like him one bit. They love them some John Cornyn. So now the question is, and we talked about this yesterday, if you're a John Cornyn supporter, will you hold your nose and vote for a Ken Paxton if a TalaFREAKO has the possibility of winning this race? Will you hold your nose and go vote for Ken Paxton? Because if you don't, then ultimately you are allowing TalaFREAKO to steal that seat. So that's going to be the big question. You also have TalaFREAKO. He's been getting a lot of donations in the first couple of months since Ken Paxton won the primary for the Republicans. But when you look at the poly market now is showing Ken Paxton looking better and better in this race. And so I think, again, not to belabor the point, but the more that people begin to understand what TalaFREAKO is, the more, I would say, the better chance that Ken Paxton is going to win, regardless of what people think of him. It is 8:25. Jones got the news coming up at, by the way, folks, you want to stay tuned for 8:35, we have a big surprise for Joan Jones.
Oh, no.
Coming up in the news is what, Joan?
Yeah. Coming up, we'll tell you the creepy reason why some utility customers lost their power yesterday. That story coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is Friday across Middle Tennessee, and you know what that means. Tomorrow is Saturday, but not just any Saturday. Nope. Tomorrow is the Glock Store's 6th annual open house. That's right. It's the day we've all been talking about and waiting for. From 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., doors open at 9. It just keeps getting bigger and better. We've been talking about the raffles, and right now, over $65,000 worth of incredible gun gear that's going to be raffled off again between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Now, remember, the earlier that you get there, the earlier that you can start entering into those raffles to win. Now, they're giving away 5 Glocks, each featuring some of their favorite performance parts from companies like Radian, Maple Leaf, and Zafiri. Now, Father's Day is coming up. If you've got a 2A supporting dad and maybe you're a little short on cash, why don't you show up at the Glock store and maybe you can win something cool for dear old dad. And don't forget about the $200, $150, $50 deal. The first 200 people who spend $150 will get a set of $50 Savior electronic earmuffs absolutely free. Now, I'm going to be there. Chris Hand's going to be there. Matt Murphy's going to be there as well. It is the Glock Store's 6th annual open house. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Doors open at 9. Go in early, win big. It's a Glock Store thing.
Good morning, 8:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It never happened. 2 U.S. officials telling Fox News that no American planes have been shot down by Iran, despite what Iranian state TV is reporting. That denial comes amid heightened tensions between Washington and Tehran, following recent drone interceptions near the Strait of Hormuz and ongoing negotiations over Iran's nuclear program.
I'm deeply skeptical we're going to get a phase 2 deal on the nuclear demands that President Trump rightly has. I mean, Iran has to fully dismantle its nuclear program, zero enrichment, zero reprocessing, give back all the enriched material, and open up its inspection sites to international inspectors for anytime, anywhere inspections. If we can get that deal, they get sanctions relief. But I'm deeply skeptical they'll give it, and I think they're just trying to string out another U.S. president the way they strung out President Obama and President Biden. I think President Trump's too smart for that.
That's Mark Dubowitz, the CEO of the Federation for the Defense of Democracy, speaking to Fox News. U.S. and Iranian negotiators reportedly reached a tentative 60-day memorandum of understanding. It extends the current ceasefire and launches broader nuclear talks. In New Jersey,
we won't let them! We won't let them! We won't let you! We won't let you!
Newark, New Jersey, where demonstrators clashed with immigration officers last night outside the Delaney Hall detention facility after several days of protest over the reported inhumane conditions for detainees inside. ICE officials say Newark Mayor Ross Baraka refuses to send local police to help. The agitators have blocked traffic and set up command and control tents in the street. And some 3,300 customers of Cumberland Electric Membership Corporation went without power starting yesterday. Power's back on today. So what caused that problem? CEMC said it was caused by a snake in the substation. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News. I saw that story, Joan.
Yeah.
About the snake in the substation.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out, okay, so what did the snake do? Like, did it slither into some sort of a thing and it caused the power to go down? Or did somebody get, like, scared of said snake and just, started jumping around and actually turned a switch off or something? Like, what happened?
I'm tired of these snakes in these mother-loving substations.
That's exactly right, Chris. The story sounds incomplete. I want to know what...
It does sound incomplete.
And here's the thing. Mm-hmm. Did the snake make it? Is the
snake
okay?
Oh, well, that's a good question, too. You know what? I'm going to look further into this.
Scoop Jones. Let us know by 8:36 if you would. 8:33.
Do my best.
She's like, yeah, right. Shut up, Mandis.
You got 3 minutes, Joan. Hurry.
8:33. Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 Generator Super Center. Dan Mandis here. You know how many ways we can lose power, right? You've got ice and storms and snow and tornadoes, but there's one surefire way to get that power back on. That is a backup generator from the Generator Super Center. Now, the Generator Super Center is the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. They feature turnkey installation, certified electricians and plumbers, maintenance and service after the install, and a whole lot more. It's why I love the Generator Super Center. Now, I'm going to tell you how it works. The power goes out in your neighborhood. The power in your home is going to turn right back on thanks to your backup generator from the Generator Super Center. So if you're one of the many families talking about a backup generator, talk to the pros at the Generator Super Center. Another reason to love the Generator Super Center, well, their generators are made right here in the state of Tennessee and in the U.S. of A. So find them online, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com, 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952.
In Antioch on Mount View Road at Crossings Boulevard, watch for a crash. Another one in Pie Town at 7th Avenue South and Lee Avenue. And 21st Avenue at Vandy, 21st Avenue South, south of Wedgwood Avenue. That's the scene of another crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
See, it's my opinion that nobody really wanted to see Bret Michaels at the 250th birthday party thing that we're throwing, because you know what's going on, right, Chris? Where you got all these has-beens or never was that have now decided that they don't want to play because they are saying now that it's political in nature. Oh. And Bret Michaels is the latest to pull out of the show.
Are you saying his pullout game is strong?
I wouldn't know.
What are we talking about anyway?
Nothing. I don't know what they're talking about. They're trying to make it dirty, and I don't know why you guys do this.
They?
Whoa.
What do you mean?
Seriously.
Flo Rida has not pulled out. Neither has Vanilla Ice. They're still in.
So we got Flo Rida and Vanilla Ice.
Good. You know, it wouldn't be America's 250th celebration if we weren't singing about the classic American apparel, boots with the fur, and apple-bottom jeans, Dan.
Sure. Is that a Flo Rida song?
It is. Shorty got low, 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 low.
Okay, good. Anyway, so it's my contention that nobody wanted to see...
You would know it if you heard it.
Milli Vanilli, because, the big tragedy is Milli Vanilli pulling out.
Was it Milli or Vanilli that made the call?
It was the one that's still alive.
Yeah. Oh.
Apparently. So, anyway.
R.I.P. Prayers up. You know this one, right?
Is this Flo Rida?
Yeah. Boots with the fur.
The whole club was looking at her.
Again, not to belabor the point, but if this gets me kicked off Spotify again and I get a nasty gram because of this crap, then I'm not going to be a happy camper.
I figured out how to take it out of program so it doesn't record.
That's what you said last time. Like 3 times.
Did he?
Yeah, 3 times. What else?
I've gotten 1 email. That's all I know.
Well, I've been getting more because they apparently think that I'm back there running the audio console.
That sounds like poor corporate communication.
No, really? Anyway, real quick, you can take that off, please, for the love. All right.
Save something for the party.
That's exactly right. Anyway, so, yeah, they're saying that the whole thing is turned political. Now, what do you think is really going on with all of these artists? And, Joan, do you have that list of artists in front of you?
Oh, I got rid of it. No.
Wait, so so back up a little bit because I haven't really been paying attention.
Okay, so they've got the 250th, birthday party thing going on. You got all of these artists.
They're going to be cake?
Probably, yeah. And so they're going to have all of these artists that we're going to play, and now a good number of them have actually, the Commodores have pulled out.
What do the Commodores sing?
The Milli Vanilli, they've pulled out. The Commodores are a big band from the 70s.
Okay.
I couldn't name one song.
And Millie is out.
Are you
Millie
kidding?
is out. Not sure. Yeah, and I don't know.
Chris, you're probably most familiar with Brick House.
Okay.
You know Brick House?
Yep.
Throw it down
I'm
because
aware.
you got the lower voice.
She's a brick house.
There we go. House. Way to go, Joan.
Yeah.
Yet another fine reference for a sturdy bottom.
Anyway, so they're saying that Martina McBride also pulled out.
Oh, not Martina.
Yeah, Martina. Didn't she
Martina, who played for a concert at the Obama White House, is afraid of being too political.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that what they need to do, I know you've never heard of Six Wire. I love Six Wire. I've seen them a couple of times. They are the world's greatest cover band, and they're here in Nashville. I think they played the RNC and a couple of other, really big events.
You just want them to get all the cover bands for everybody that's pulled out? Like, yeah, whatever.
Oh, you know what? They are way too cool Oh my gosh.
Wouldn't that be hilarious?
You know what? I'm going to go see him, and I'm going to ask him if they can play some Milli Vanilli.
Dude, imagine.
You know what? They are so good. They could throw... Six Wire could throw down Milli Vanilli. I promise you that.
Imagine if they closed with a cover band that just played the hits from every artist that pulled out because it was too political.
That would be awesome.
It would be a little bit of trolling.
So, yeah. So you get Six Wire and you get, Kid Rock. People are like, we talked about this earlier, and people are like eye-rolling at the same, Lee Greenwood, Kid Rock, John Rich. These are people... I would like to see these folks. I think Kid Rock is amazing.
I get the collective eye roll.
Yeah.
It feels like, oh, these guys again.
Jelly Roll.
I'm not a big Jelly Roll fan.
Okay, that's fine, Chris, but...
No, he bombed on New Year's 2 years ago. It was terrible.
Jelly Roll did?
Oh, my gosh. Toby Keith had just passed away, and he tried to sing I Should Have Been a Cowboy, and it just made my ears bleed.
Aw.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It was just cold, honest truth on that one.
Okay, well, Jelly Roll is still very popular. I don't know if he's conservative or not, but whatever. All I'm saying is that there are ways to make this work. But the left, what's going on is, you had Bret Michaels say he's also worried about his family's safety.
Come on.
I think that's legit.
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
People are going to go after Bret Michaels' family.
Actually, it's a good point. I don't know.
It sounds ridiculous.
I don't know, man. All right, so...
will somebody think of my adult kids?
Oh, hey, Ron says Six Wire plays at Preds games, Chris.
Oh, all right, cool.
Yeah, so you go to Preds games.
Occasionally.
Yeah, when they're not hosting. What was it you went that one time?
No, we were thinking about it, but we didn't. But it was they snuck in a Pride night.
Pride night.
Yeah.
Gay day, Pride night.
We pulled out of that one.
Yeah. Hey, you want to let people know what we caught Joan doing? So
Did she just drop something in the house? I heard something.
I don't know, what was that? Was that you, Joan?
I just knocked my coffee over, man.
I heard the feed cut, so she knocked it over and then turned her mic off.
I did.
But earlier,
I did.
She was given a traffic update about what had happened on I-40 eastbound and said that there was a stalled vehicle. And off air, I said, well, I guess an overturned tractor trailer is a stalled vehicle. And then she let out a... that happened to be caught on
It's like a
the air.
Biden death rattle.
Well, the funny thing is that Sam left her mic on.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I turned it back on. So funny. I turned it off to tell her, and then I'm like, "Oh, she's not going to say anything about it. Cool. I'll plug her back in. She's about to go."
Yeah, and I'm like sitting here, and something's playing. Then I hear the Biden Joan death rattle. I'm like, what the hell is that?
We need that on the board.
Oh,
we
yeah.
need that.
Oh,
that's
my
right up there with the
goodness.
growl.
It's called the Joan groan.
The
Joan groan. There you go.
You
Which
guys.
I put it next to this
Sam.
other button.
Yeah.
Will you be my rock of love?
So we're talking about Bret Michaels.
Oh, that's perfect.
I was talking about. Sam was asking what was Bret Michaels' little reality show, and I said,
"Oh yeah."
And I
remember
said,
that.
"Sam, will you be my rock of love? Will you be my rock of love?"
Gosh, that's
I
hilarious.
had to cut out the Sam part so it's universal.
Sure.
There really was like a golden age there on VH1 of
Yeah.
like second-rate reality shows that were better than anything on the mainstream networks.
that was Bret Michaels' rock of love.
Do you
First
remember-
of all,
no, Flavor of Love was better, and everybody knows it.
Yeah,
By every metric.
I guess I don't know. I didn't watch any of them, so why I know the catchphrase I don't know.
Gosh.
You definitely watched the Bret Michaels one.
No, I really didn't.
Flavor of Love. I Love New York.
I Love New York, which was a spin-off of Flavor of Love.
Yeah.
Well,
then, then came Rock of Love.
I'm not a big reality show fan. I'm not into it. So.
Charm School. Oh.
Nope. Anyway, so there you go. So they're trying to figure out what to do with the party. What do they do? What do they do, Chris?
Cancel it.
Karaoke.
Yes.
Karaoke?
Just pull people out of the crowd.
Absolutely.
no,
All American karaoke.
No. Pull people out of Congress and White House staff. Make them sing.
I don't want to hear from them. I want to hear from
I
Americans.
want to see my tax
From
dollars at
Americans.
work.
1521 says that Chris has just lost 10 cool points on Jelly Roll. He has a great comeback story, 645 pounds to 265, now still going.
That's a great comeback story, as is going from drug addict to, artist.
Ozempic user.
But it doesn't make him a great vocalist.
No, I'm not like that. I like that. I like that Jelly Roll is like pushing people towards Jesus. I think that's great. I'm just not a fan of his music. That's okay.
All right. Whatevs. I mean, I'll be honest with you. There's some songs that I like. There's some songs that I don't like. But
he's not the Backstreet Boys.
Didn't you have a story for this segment?
I did, and I saw this story, and I was like, I wondered what you might think about it personally.
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma homeowner charged after shooting squatter in vacant house.
I totally relate.
59-year-old Oklahoma man is charged with manslaughter after shooting a squatter in his vacant home, raising questions about self-defense laws. I don't want to bury the lead here, but if I was on the jury, he would walk. 59-year-old homeowner Timothy Smith is facing charges of first-degree manslaughter and reckless conduct with a firearm after shooting a squatter in his vacant house on May 1st. Criminal defense attorney Ed Blau said the self-defense claim in this case is complicated because Smith was not living in the home at the time of the shooting. There's not the death penalty for squatting in the state of Oklahoma. You can't just take a gun in and shoot somebody, Blau said. Smith told detectives he and his daughter went to check on his house after having issues with homeless people there. He entered the home with a gun and found Justin King in the back bedroom with a woman. Smith and his daughter told him to leave, but Smith said King stepped toward him. Smith then aimed at the area of King, and the gunshot struck him in the neck.
At the area of King?
In his area. Did you think he did like a little pray and spray where he kind of just closed his eyes, looked the other way?
Mm-hmm. You know what? I can relate because
you've dealt with this.
Yeah, people may have heard the story, but many years ago, and one marriage ago, I had 30 cats in my rental home. And so we tried to get this woman out. She wouldn't pay rent, our home in LA, and she wouldn't leave. She wouldn't pay rent. And so then she ended up just squatting for like months. And the frustration is that there isn't a legal apparatus in Los Angeles or in California to get people out of your home, at least at the time. So you're stuck for like months.
Well, and then in the meantime, you get to let this person trash your home because they know that they're being forcefully removed. And I feel like the laws in this country have set people up so that way the squatters are allowed to do this.
That is exactly right.
And they have put us in like a weird position where, or these landlords, these homeowners in a weird position where it's like, what do you do? Like, do I go? Is it better to just go pay a homeless guy $75 to remove them forcefully? Because it seems like the police aren't going to do anything to help you. The law really isn't on your side. How do you get around that?
Well, it depends on the state and the city, the jurisdiction and all of that, because there are some states that I haven't checked into Tennessee, but I'd be willing to bet that our laws protect homeowners more than like California, where if it's some homeless, drug addicted, whatever, then that person takes legal precedence over a homeowner. And that's just the way that it is. And it was one of the worst things I've ever had to deal with because I was going broke. I'm having to pay my mortgage. I'm having to pay for my family and 2 young children. My kids were like 3 and 5.
Jeez.
To stay at a Red Roof Inn or Red Lion Inn or whatever the hell it was. But I mean, it was just some cheap motel because I didn't have any money. It was awful. So then we finally, the sheriff, we could get her out on that day. We had to pull up the carpet because the carpet was just, I want you to imagine, it's soaked with cat urine.
Oh, imagine the smell.
And
That's
then, of
so
course,
gross.
Cats, because cats are dumb. No offense to you cat people, but
also dumb.
They we literally had cat urine on the base of our walls.
Ugh.
So then, but this is part of the story that I've never talked about. We had to pull up the carpets. Underneath the carpet, there was, I don't know what you would call it, but there's a big crevice in the floor because it's California.
A crevasse.
A crevasse in California. Coming up from the crevasse was an army of ants and cockroaches.
Oh.
Folks, this is what I had to deal with.
Was it on concrete or was it wood that was underneath of it?
I don't know. Like I have no idea. Here's what I know. What was underneath it was a big old anthill and a colony of cockroaches.
Would you classify it as an infestation?
Yeah, it was bad.
When you pulled that carpet up, how many roaches did you see?
Oh, it was like just like we're free, and they go into my house, and I'm like, oh my God. So I have like cockroach PTSD.
So you're obviously wearing some sort of a hazmat suit.
Oh yeah,
as there's liquid urine dripping from the carpet.
I got cockroaches, I got ants, and I got urine all over the place.
So we actually apparently
that's $1 million house in California, by the way.
But yeah, you know what?
That's like crazy to think.
You know what? I'm gonna look up. Oh, I can't remember the address. I can't remember. But yeah, last time I checked, it was like $1 million home.
So during Governor Lee's administration, we adjusted that in the General Assembly. Property owners and authorized agents can bypass a lengthy judicial eviction if the squatter's occupation meets specific conditions. The property is a residential dwelling. The occupant has no lease agreement. Is not an immediate family member. Law enforcement can remove the squatter within 72 hours of a verified complaint being filed with the county sheriff.
All right.
That's based.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have any rights in Tennessee.
Good.
And they shouldn't.
No.
And you see these squatters, like these horrific squatting stories, like everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere.
In Tennessee, it's more likely that someone will try to steal your identity or the title to your house, which I've handled something for my dad in that respect, and that's equally as gross. But at least the house is in a shape of resellability or be able to be leased out after it's not torn up with
and people now are aware that those things happen, and there's a legal recourse for that. I mean, I was in that hotel in LA for like 4 months. I mean, it was awful. I don't know if I've ever been so broke in my life. I had no money. Like it was all going to lawyers. The other thing, had to pay a bunch of attorneys to get her out.
That's crazy.
I will never in my life move back to Los Angeles.
You just have to contact the county sheriff here.
That's exactly right.
I was
Gentlemen, you have started a firestorm, I want you to know.
Why?
Oh, boy.
The super text line is lit up for you calling cats dumb. And Chris, I think you said something about people who own cats.
Yes.
What did
being
you say?
dumb as well.
I said also dumb.
Okay.
You call cat owners dumb?
Yeah, that flew under everybody's radar but mine.
I caught it.
I did.
Yeah.
Why would you say that cat owners are dumb? Did I say cats are dumb? Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
I will say this. Do you know what's cuter than the cutest cat in the world? Any dog.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
So when I said
just so everybody knows, I know how cat owners are, and I did that on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
So when I said cats are dumb, I only meant the ones that peed in my house.
Way to walk it back.
30 of them. Dan was only talking about 30 of them.
Yeah.
I was talking about all you cat owners.
One of them was actually dead, so it was only 29.
It was 29, formerly 30. Dude, how long was it dead for?
Remember, we had this talk because we talked about how cats will eat your toes when you die.
Well, okay, I don't want to say how long.
Well, give us a ballpark. You had to. I mean, there had to be some signs.
Was there still liquid inside,
decaying.
or was it all skin and bone and
Maggots?
That's
all. I'm sorry.
So we had maggots and roaches and ants. Oh my!
And I had to bring my kids into all of that. Hey guys, we're home.
Listen, Dad's broke. I don't know if you know this. I've been paying lawyers. You need to get to work.
That's exactly
Here's
right.
some Raid.
Here's some Raid. Grab the bleach. There's a bucket.
It was awful. By the way, the reason I'm trying to walk back my dumb cats comment is because cat people are vicious.
Yes, they will.
By and large, cat people
strike out at you.
Yeah, cat people can be very
What are they going to do?
vicious.
Throw their cat at me?
60-54. Chris, you're on my bad list now. Dan, you're on the edge.
Let's go.
Look, I'll give cats credit, right? They're the only animal that we know of that domesticated themselves.
Are cat people really upset? Dave says, Chris, this is Dave from Hendersonville. I have a cat. You just insulted me, brother.
It's called a little bit of trolling. We do a little bit of trolling.
Just a little bit. Okay. Just for the record, I only meant the cats that peed in my house.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up, Joan.
Sure.
You're not helping.
You didn't say that at first.
He
so
also- he
you
was
must not
also
really
dis-
have meant that.
He was also disparaging the dead cat too, which is just a new low for Dan.
Disparaging the dead
He
is
was probably
really
more
low.
mad that
Yeah.
the cat was dead than the fact that it was there.
Well, yeah, what was worse? Was it the urine or the decaying body?
4110 said, "Good try, Dan."
The decaying body was easy to get rid of. The urine smell was not easy to get rid of. And by the way, then I had like phantom pee-pee smell in my nose for the longest time that I lived
You just
there.
like get a whiff.
Yep. It's exact. Yep.
Did you ever use a shovel?
The shovel? No. What do you mean shovel?
Well, you had to do something with that cat.
Oh, yeah. Oh, how did we? Yeah, we did. We used, it wasn't a shovel, but it was something like a shovel. And we just had to carry it out of the house. You know, at some point, we started laughing about the absurdity of what we were going through. And so.
Well, you have to. But your kids are traumatized.
They'll be fine.
My daughter, you know what? Thankfully, my daughter doesn't remember any of this, and she has a cat. You insulted my daughter, you son of a beep. All right.
And I meant it.
Gotta go. 8:57, Dan Mandis here for my place to shop for furniture and appliances. DT McCall's. Now, I have bought both from DT McCall's, and they can help you as well. At DT McCall's, they are always looking for ways to save you money. Check out their website right now. They've got all kinds of specials going on at dtmccalls.com. Now, what they've done is they've extended their Memorial Day special to June 3rd. So if you need an appliance, check them out. Again, dtmccalls.com. If you've got a room to fill, they can help with all of the best brands of sectionals for the living room, bedroom suites, dining room furniture as well, all at great prices and terrific customer service. 100 years of treating people right. It is DT McCall's, 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. Ladies, if you've had a baby, you know how difficult it can be to get back to that pre-baby body. Well, congratulations on the new baby, but now you are trying to get your body back to where it used to be. But yeah, it is tough. But here's an idea. Contours LLC is a med spa in Franklin that uses a non-invasive red light technology to get rid of fat and tighten your skin. Now, the technology has been around for a while, and Contours, well, they've been in business for 5 years now. They've got lots of great success stories and real results as well. They even guarantee that you're going to lose at least 2 inches across your midsection, or that first treatment is absolutely free. The process, it is natural, safe, and effective. The technology is FDA cleared, and it works instantaneously. So take an hour out of your crazy day and relax under the light while you lose inches off your waist. That first visit is only $99. So call Contours today. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. ContoursLLC.com. The first 5 new moms that call get a $99 treatment. Contours LLC, what have you got to lose but those excess unwanted inches? Let Contours help.